Silver Lances. Okay. Okay. Ready? I'm getting in.
Well, I'm gonna wait till I start blacking out before I go in.
Oh, I have just the thing that'll help with that.
Ah, Todd!
Jesus fucking Christ, Todd! What the fuck?
Damn, I can't believe it. What the fuck here?
Wakey.
When I get a headache from it, it's not fun.
I forgot. My bad. I intended to crash you, not hurt you.
I know, it's fine. I just actually hurt my eye.
My bad.
Nah, you're good.
I am not just a sword only character. I will ask for magic.
I mean, talk to Jay about it.
It'll be so fun.
Is he still in here? He's not.
Yeah, so you don't have a star room.
Alright, I'm gonna go in character.
What? Oh, you're here.
Huh?
I was like,
yeah, I know.
I was like, why did I hear you?
Yeah.
Shit.
Why would we need it? We don't need a ritual room. We are
I
a
get.
ritual room.
Well, that's the problem. They told me that it was a fucking jackalope had it. So fuck.
I don't fucking know. The fucking weird ass jackalope.
I guess. Only I literally was asking about a very. You can't see my hand movements, but I was asking a very specific ritual room, and the only response I got back was jackalope horns.
Yeah, I think we should.
Which one? No. There's
I don't fucking know, like I was.
Well, 3 actually. You can eliminate this one. He doesn't have his, so 3. You have 3 options.
What do you mean?
Okay.
What do you mean?
Shut up.
My horns still work. My horns still work for the ritual.
Okay.
I still have the
Then you
ritual
4
ability, I just
options. I'm
can't-
sorry.
I still have the
I'm
ritual
looking at you.
ability, I just
Yeah.
don't have the ability to focus magic through my horns.
Well, one, I just came back from a 2-week Serenity trip in character, is why I've been gone. You would know this.
Okay. Did you tell Aaron what you went for?
Go see my mom and dad.
Also,
that's nice.
Like, Marsh, I'm gonna let you read real quick what happens when I
So,
stare
hold
into
on.
your
What was the thing
charm.
about the jackalope in ritual room?
No, I was asking a star about a ritual room I was told about a long time ago. There was a very specific ritual room that was used for something, but I don't know what ritual room was used for it. And the response I got back was jackalope horns.
Jackalope
Just
horn.
jackalope horns, nothing else.
Yeah.
That's fucked.
Yeah, so now I need to find out, are they talking about a family, a specific jackalope, or are they talking about your fuck-ass nation? If it's about the fuck-ass nation, I might as well give up right now. I'm never finding that thing.
I don't know, you get to work with Lou.
Lou is looking for that.
Well, I don't know if I am looking for it.
Wait, looking for what?
I was told to go find a ritual room, and it's all I was known is that it has some relation to do with jackalopes. I don't know if that means it has to do with the specific jackalope, has to do with the jackalope family, or it's fucking Prismavale.
We don't have a ritual room, and you would know that.
I'm not gonna say anything. Oh, by the way,
It's because he hates me. I'm getting it.
When
I hate.
No, I can't say anything.
Just enough tracking, so I guess that means we're ready to start.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay. Hello, everyone. Things that happened today. There's quite a couple things I need to keep in mind as we continue these days. Bermuda will have finished finding the Harpy artifact for me soon. And I can go back and collect it. I still need to go back to find Maria's brand that's gone on to someone in my family. I found names of those of my family that are in Yanqi. There's a lot to attempt to keep in mind in order to do properly. So, along with trying to find how to keep father from noticing Aura during her attempts to get more information or ways to avoid him in general. We still need to find more. Always more that we need. It's never enough. Order it, Aaron. What needs to be done now? What needs to be done in the future? I should pass along the information I got from Protection. I'll keep what happened with Light to myself for now. I don't see a reason that they'd really need it. No justification for them to know. That can stay with me. What's more in danger first? Once we begin the Yanqi campaign, any actual chance of me finding or dealing with any problems will straight up disappear. I'll never get an opportunity to fix them if I don't fix them now. Not when they might come to a head during that campaign. First, highest priority. The hunt is next week. Need to gather the team. Are you free for a moment? don't know if you could hear me. Are you free for a moment?
Oh, yeah, I couldn't hear you, but yes, I'm free. What, did you need something?
Would you be available for a team?
Is this about the, hunt going on in Missons?
Yes.
Well, are you asking me to join?
Yes.
Well, I'd be honored to.
Your current teammates are myself and Pearl.
Probably say.
Yes. I'm using this as an opportunity to give the New Year's experience. You've all spent a good amount of time learning to fight each other. How about something else?
Well, some, extra experience is always, good, I suppose. Is there, any, I guess, how is the word? Prerequisite spar you'd want to see us do, or do you already have an idea of how we fight?
I have a decent idea of how you all fight. I have been watching your spars since you arrived. At least over the week, I'd like to test something. But I'm currently grabbing you specifically for the role of a frontline attacker.
Well, it is what I'm good at, so I hope I don't disappoint. Well, I'm sure I won't.
I don't think you will, especially because with our target, there is a chance it may be resistant to magic. Vast majority of our team uses magic to deal any sort of damage or harm it in any way. You, at least I've seen, have a strong basis in actual swordplay.
Is there anything you could tell me more about the potential target that we'll be fighting against?
Unfortunately, I myself don't even have enough information. I've been told basically where it is, and that it is a dragon. Beyond that, I'm still getting details as they come to me.
Well then, I suppose I'll do a little bit of reading up on dragons in general and see if I can get some general knowledge that's more applicable to any scenario.
That would be helpful.
Is there anything else?
No, you can continue along your day.
Okay. Well, good day then.
I'll let you know the rest of the team whether or not they agree.
Sounds good.
Where is Luke? Luke or Giovanni?
I have 2 drunk children.
Do you need help?
They're drunk?
Get me a virtues.
He's by the training area.
Yeah.
Do you mind holding a new A while I go Noom? I'll hold new A.
Why are you returning the menagerie?
You won't. I can barely
Because
hold
I
you
took
up.
them to Dionysus's area. That's why.
Why?
Yeah, we'll just stay here for now.
Does he need? Does
Yeah, we'll give you some need. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Are they okay?
Does New Way need
Yeah,
Valkyrie?
They had a lot to drink.
I've seen this at the bar. They're drunk.
No, it is okay. Okay, I was worried for a
Yeah,
moment.
drunk.
Get a Valkyrie that can purify toxins. Sober them up. This is disgraceful.
Who would that be? Someone with a nature magic, probably.
Damn, this is so unfortunate. I actually had to talk to them today. This is, damn it.
I'm surprised they're affected at all.
I do believe that the tables have turned.
Well, if they were at a party
I
by
wish they stopped turning.
Dionysus,
It's like a
they probably
merry-go-round.
have what they call the good stuff.
No.
Except I would expect that to kill them.
What I'm saying is,
Well, at least
But
they're
you know.
resting against cold old me, so you know it ain't like you know.
Unless it's again, they didn't inherit the full trait of angels. I've never asked them about their regeneration.
Yeah, I'll make sure I grab them. Yeah.
I do not know.
Yeah, I'll make sure I grab them while you're recovering, okay?
These look comfortable.
Alright, I'm no longer on parenting duty.
Oh.
Take them to the med bay, virtues will fix it.
Understood.
No longer my problem.
Are you gonna come say bye to
Thank
me,
you, Sarah.
I can walk you to the med bay, yes.
Hey, thank you, Steph.
Someone get them purified.
I believe Virtuous is working on that.
It sounded like they were at a party. Something about Dionysus inviting them.
Personal request because I have been directed to you. I was told that your magic is similar to mine in some ways, and you might be able to help me expand upon its abilities at some point. I know you're rather busy.
At the current moment, I need to gather a couple people. But beyond that, I will have some free time. I'm unsure about when morning announcements will be.
I was informed there wouldn't be.
Oh, that's the case.
Morning,
I have all of today to find them, so if you want to show me your magic.
Yeah, I was over at the library. If now is a good time, certainly.
Now would be a good enough time, yes.
I see.
Good morning.
Oh.
I was
Good
saying
morning.
good morning. If you have a talk, then I was gonna do.
Good morning.
If you have something to do, then
It's nothing particularly sensitive. It's about my magic. So.
Sultan?
I was. Then may I also
Last I saw,
listen in?
they
Because
were
I'm
suppose.
curious.
training grounds.
Because of our duel spot a few weeks ago, I've been curious to have a chance to talk to you about stuff.
I need to ask him something for assignment based.
Then should we make our way?
That's why.
Oh, I see.
Mhm.
Well, like I said, I believe the most likely place they have to ask is that direction.
Good morning so far, Aiden.
I would say so. Nothing eventful has happened.
Good. How do I put it? Rest well, in quotation marks.
It was an easy night. Despite the fact I don't sleep, I would say it's been one of the more restful nights. At least in terms of prayers.
How's the... Because I've seen you since the last few weeks, ever since coming back to the academy, having that new armored form. How's the training coming along for such?
It's become less of my focus over the last few weeks. I've not properly tested its actual durability. So far, I've found that things are able to chip at it, but nothing has outright broken it before I canceled it. It's at least good for testing swordplay.
If anything, if you wish to test, let me know. It will probably need a proper test before we go on any campaign to wherever we go next.
Some people are...
Most likely. I'd rather not find out what its limits are against the general.
Myself. I know where not to aim. I know where to hit and to test.
You explain it to me.
But it's when you have the time. I know you are preoccupied organizing things and making sure people are not getting into trouble. So.
At least currently, I'm not doing any sort of policing. I'm more trying to narrow down my own objectives.
Fair. I do the same. My primary focus has always been training, so I'm usually preoccupied mostly with such. Is training others, to be more specific.
Okay.
You are your life user, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
That's what I thought. Just looks different.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I see why.
That would explain it, yes.
Though you have a different method. Is it a family technique or your own?
It is my own.
I noticed that you have it collected, concentrated, and then you fire it.
That is correct.
Is there a reason you don't do that continuously? Is it to build up power?
Yes, that is generally the idea. I was instructed with the little training I had in classical magic to mix it with my swordplay in the case of self-defense. So to have it all at the ready would have assisted in that matter.
That'd generally be good, and I'd recommend that. At least with my magic, I was trained exclusively to only rely on magic. Swordplay has been something I've been trying to learn outside of that. So trying to actually adapt it to swordplay is not something I've achieved.
I understand.
May I give a suggestion from my experience being your partner in a 2v2?
Of course.
I do think you need the refinement, from my experience. I would suggest, due to your agility, practice with Rain. Rain is our fastest, if not one of at the least, fastest combatants. You are more of a skirmisher. You have range capability with powerful range
My
spells.
ideal is not to be confronting a target in...
Then I would suggest to present yourself to the other cavalry as a skirmisher of supportive from range with a capability of striking and being a distraction for your centurion or otherwise squad members, and to back off to let them hit an attack and then support with your range.
I would modify that spell, actually. Instead of focusing on striking single target, focus on collecting it all into burst and then releasing it into a wave.
Also an option.
I am capable of doing that with a separate spell. I just don't have the necessary preparations at the moment.
My thought for that would be
spell
keeping
is
your
a little
enemies away from you.
Yes, that spell is a little more destructive
Mm.
in nature.
To yourself or to...
No. To the things that are the target.
Ah.
I do have a spell that is a little bit more concerning for my own self, but usually if I am not under attack, it isn't a problem.
Is that what you requested me to do for you? Buy you a couple minutes as you asked?
Yes.
Okay.
It's rather difficult to do in such a small space, though.
If I understood what I saw correctly, you gather it all up, and then you puncture and let it all explode. From that point
There's
on,
a
you're
little
not
bit of
really
direction,
controlling it.
but yes.
A slight control, but more that you're letting it release itself and the pressure it's built up.
Yes, I sort of just funnel it in the correct direction.
The tighter you can get a rotation going in that mana, the longer it will last. And the farther it will go and stay concentrated. Keeping it spiraling does a far better job at having it continue. You'll get more range and destructive power. It'll shrink the beam, but it actually makes it stronger.
Mm-hmm.
That's at least a Pelham technique.
Yes, it makes it more precise and stronger, but you have to be more delicate with your aiming.
Aim is usually not a concern,
Good.
but
Yes, I do highly suggest for your weak point of capability is to speak with Rain to at least get a good swordsmanship level of speed and agility. It will be very pivotal on that front.
Do you think you could hold it and then have it release all at once in an area around it, instead of just a beam?
the effect I described previously is capable of that, yes.
My thought is if you could have that instead of at your palm, but at your sword. You could swing it into an opponent.
That is not an application I've attempted. I thought you meant more in like a radius, but...
You could. I could also imagine you lining your sword so that on your next strike it releases. If it doesn't have... You can keep it concentrated along a line instead of in a sphere.
If I may give
I'm
a
not
suggestion.
certain if I'm capable of that.
Since you have never imbued your element into your weapon before, yes?
That is correct.
My suggestion for myself that I do for myself and I've suggested for others, have a rune on your weapon, a very basic rune. It could be a absorption rune or just a focus rune. And you can use that to practice channeling the mana to the rune as a practice point to channeling into the weapon in itself. And it helps store power in said weapon to do the process that Aaron is suggesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very simple room, and I don't mind assisting if you wish to go with that idea.
I would have to know how conductive the metals my sword is made out of for that purpose. I can't use
There are ways to help with that.
classical.
I would speak with Wilhelm. He forged me a sword once with a light crystal inside. It at least made it far easier to channel mana, and when I'd run low on mana, I could draw on its stores.
Exactly.
I've not frequently run into the issue of low mana.
Okay. Assume that's going to be soon. What did you say?
I've not frequently run into the issue of having low mana.
It can happen. Especially here, on campaigns.
I'd assume, but I'd be more concerned for my own life at that point.
Considering your species, I would as well. But no, it can still happen. At least in the campaigns we've done before, it can be days
Imagine
of
it
fighting.
will at some point.
Still,
I
would say...
I suppose in classical use, with the some of my stronger effects, certainly it's a concern comparatively.
And yes, weigh your options. Dr. Wilhelm, think of the rune idea, you have options for progression.
Do you know the origin of your markings?
Which ones?
The markings along your body.
I have been unable to identify.
I guess that is a question. Does all your family magic have the purple, pinkish
Well,
tint
I'm
to
not
it?
blood related to anybody in my family.
I understand then.
So I'm an adopted son.
Fair enough. And uniqueness to yourself. Most likely tied to where you come from.
It would not be the first time that I've seen markings appear from mana usage.
There are further markings, but I would not like to take my shirt off right now.
You're fine.
That is fair.
Until it is needed to see such, there's no concern and worry for such for now.
What were you going to ask me?
I was instructed that you might have insight into my magic. That's why I asked. Unless you thought I was going to ask something just now?
I guess what particular insight? I've at least told you a Pelham technique for making the beam stronger. You're looking for other applications, we discussed that as well. What specific insight are you looking for?
I'm not certain. I was directed to you a number of weeks ago, and only now got around to asking.
By who?
I believe Lance.
Oh, that's sad. Kind of makes sense.
Those at least are the applications that I would start with attempting. My family deals with primarily either beams or full projectiles. We excel at range, but we do not try to stay as close. Most of our combat has to do with being around the cloud layers.
Skirmishers.
Yes, I believe that is why I was recommended to you. My magic takes a very similar form.
I suppose, again, what kind of insight are you looking for? Are you looking for more applications? Are you looking for how it functions? Have I answered all your questions?
I really only thought to advance my own magic and capacities. I know I have a long way to go from where many people expect me to be, so...
I know of various light exercises that I can show you. It would take some time to go into detail for all of them. So I might get back to you on that after whatever this meeting they want me for is about.
And I suppose if you're going to be pulled away, would you like to see the other effect that I believe you've seen before?
Yes.
I don't think you had time to cast it during 2v2.
From what I can tell, this is an stronger variants of all of my spells.
Mhm.
I can see that. Additionally, I noticed that you had to brace more for the recoil.
Yes.
If you do implement more of the rotation of the mana, especially as you fire it, you'll find that that force acting on you will grow stronger. I've at least had my lasers push me around in the air before. It's harder to brace when you're in the sky.
That makes sense. The drawbacks to that are that it takes a long time to build up, and that using that much mana tends to be dangerous when disrupted.
Especially because you have to release it.
I've not sustained any major wounds while using the magic, so I'm unclear of what would happen.
I'm at least very familiar with that idea. One of the spells that I previously worked on was creating a collection of light, trying to create something dense enough to sustain itself. Instead, it exploded a lot.
Then I still suggest as a safety net is having that rune to channel into in case he is interrupted, using the sword as a conduit, or it channels into the weapon and alleviates the drawback, at least a little bit. That is my suggestion. And plus, since you need specific materials, Wilhelm can assist with that specific process.
It would not be a bad idea to have some sort of rune to help siphon some of the mana if you do get disrupted.
It does take an extra couple seconds to channel since you're using a middle point, but it does alleviate it, and by technicality, with enough training, make it more potent because it lets you channel more into it.
If that's the case, it would become less viable. You'd only be using it if your attack was disrupted, which at that point, if someone's swinging at you and it's not fully charged, and you have to break your concentration for it.
It's more of the case, it has potential to be stronger long term, but it needs a training for such.
I guess it would be important to find out what happens to it when you aren't fully ready to fire. Does it explode wildly if you're disrupted or attacked?
From what I can tell, no. But once again, I've not sustained any significant wounds because that would be adverse to training efforts. And given my physiology, I'm not certain how disrupting the flow of mana would interfere.
I'll take some more time to think on this, see if there's any other suggestions that I can make, but I can at least leave you with those for now.
Thank you.
Now I need to know what meeting they all want.
I believe Starum, based off Sayori's...
Most likely.
Yes.
I'll speak to you both later.
Later.
Totally actual pocket sand. Just kidding.
Oh.
Excuse me, Professor.
That is fitting.
I think she referred to Aphrodite as like her sister or something like that.
Yes, and Aphrodite referred to her as her
Apologies
sister
for
with a
being
small
late.
text.
No, you're
I
fine.
will write this down. so
Winter
you
was
can
taken
send
by
it
the
to you.
void, so.
Yeah. Alright,
Ah.
go.
Anyways, before we start having this problem.
Is there a specific purpose of this meeting?
Well, first we should probably go everything we learned about the one who can see in the future, so everyone's up to date.
Farsight.
Or yes, the one of Farsight. For starters, that they are Silas's mom. And Silas is a person out of time, sort of, to speak.
Oh. Seems as there's many that are not meant to be here underneath the red eyes.
Though,
Still don't know what to think about that. That is understandable.
though at the same time, we did get a lot of information involving her trial and all that. And I do believe Winter, if he was here.
He seemed confident to me that he had everything he needed.
Yeah.
So I suppose my only other questions, unless he has his witnesses for this, as how it got described before, we need to be able to prove our piece of evidence without any doubt. And normally in these kinds of things in other regions of the Land Isles, you would bring people with you to be your witness and answer the questions in front of the judge and the jury.
I'm unsure about the structure of how this actually works. We still haven't done the mock one. And as far as I know, the actual content of this has only been disclosed to Winter. So I'm unsure about the structure of how it actually works, but it does get into the question of burden of proof. When do we know we've had enough? We get one shot.
I suppose it is in the eye of the beholder. The main goal is to prove a side is innocent without an ounce of doubt on either side of the situation. And you're right, we do not know the exact structure, but we can compare it to other regions of the Land Isles. And compare the structure and the format of which we will do this in.
We also need to know.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Come here.
I'd like to point out, we throw around the idea of innocent and guilty, but we do not know how that is defined to the stars.
Could be different. That is also why I was thinking of arguing such importance of the law. Or arguing the punishment if it is befitting or not. Again, we do not know all the rules. And so it is finicky per star per star. And so the red one dictates they believe they are the claim holder of what the rules are.
For a moment, while
But
talking about you, there was a
the
flash of
stars are
static
talking
behind you.
more of this. And more of the stars are learning that their memories have been
likely why.
tampered with and removed. So,
Your mom also has more freedom than most
we
of
may
the
have
Forgotten.
more weight and wiggle room with this. As I was told by some of the stars, this is a good thing that they are talking about this.
It's changed.
And even the domains that...
The vast majority of stars do not know what happened. to any of the Forgotten. They were missing. They don't even know which are there and which aren't.
So that they can remember, but some that were able to slip through the cracks was there before they were taken.
Well, no, a lot of them are at least aware of all of the domains. I'm talking about, yes, at least from what I've been told by Valen, most stars have had their memories tampered with, including the ones that would know the most information. I had thought they'd be free from it. At least from what I had surmised, it was the ones that didn't know as much that forgot everything. But this becomes even harder if there is no information whatsoever that we can get even from the stars that are closest. There's going to be some cases that are going to be near impossible.
I would not say that all of the information has been removed. Again, there are pieces that can unravel and eventually bring those memories. But also, as we've learned from the curtain case that I'm looking into right now, the case files themselves, the information of the title and the important factors, is being held by a mortal family. And so I'm still transferring through the information I got on that before I can share it yet. There are still things that even the gods above are unaware of that the mortals are doing with. So even if everything may be, as you say, removed, which I do not believe wholeheartedly, as we've seen that some of them still have grasps of what happened.
There's also the fact that most stars are forgotten, but the ones that seem to be the closest to that star, as in other stars, seem to have not forgotten.
Except I'm not sure how true that is. They may not have forgotten about the star entirely, but do they remember about the details we specifically need? Or have even those been tampered with?
If I may, for a quick one.
Of course.
It's not useful in terms of any extra information on the topic. However, the one that found it out, when she first came to me because of something important she wanted to share with me, said it was something I deserved to know. She was reckless, and she was very upfront. To the point that while we were talking and she was informing me, she froze. And when she mentioned my name with the same context, it was like an hour clock rang in the room, and then a gavel slammed.
Which is not a good thing from what I was told. It is akin to the sharpening of metal, which means they are either going to be punished or killed. From what
Let's not equate them to the same thing.
They are, though. That is what I was informed by when talking to Bartholomew. It is not a good thing when we hear that gavel.
No, it's not a good thing, yes, but you are also running off of the information of someone who also doesn't know what's going on. You are assuming Bartholomew knows exactly what they mean. The noises may mean different things. It may be a warning not for the star, but a warning for you.
For a moment. Additionally, when that hour and that gavel slammed, her reaction was as if she was losing everything when she looked into her book. And mine also began to react, though probably not as severe as hers. The information was deteriorating, but not removed, like it could have been.
Quiet.
But not the only thing. My head rang and pulsed. Even stung, probably worse. I couldn't think for a couple moments. Like my mana was being forced out of me. like I was overusing it, even though I didn't use any for the day. If what their information is true, we might be running out of time. And my body attempted to force its way to learn something, which I failed. But from what it sounds like, Winter has everything.
He at least believes he has everything. We don't truly know.
More than what I do. I cannot add anything.
I will also
Based off
point
the way
out,
you have talked about it, we may never know if we will have everything.
we'll know if we do the mock. We can at least get a better idea from Destiny's testimony. That's at least something that I would trust if they think we have enough. But
I'm having a meeting here.
I know I have to give them something real quick,
Indeed.
sorry.
Hmm?
Pureed meat for you.
Thank you.
There you go.
I will also point out, you are assuming, again, that the sharpening of metal, which we have a good idea of what that has in meaning, is the same as the slam of the gavel. That may be a completely different warning. That may not mean they're running out of time, but that is a warning to you directly.
Apologies, but I would kindly disagree with you on that, so. These are coming from stars who have watched their fellow kin be dragged off to who knows where, never to be seen again.
And again,
From the stars who have heard the cries of the others that we are not just learning of. They have many years of experience being trapped down there for who knows how long, and we are just guests now uncovering this. To claim we know better than them is absolutely preposterous and borderline arrogance.
I'll stop you there. So first of all, I claimed none of those things. I claimed you are taking their word for gospel. You are assuming they know everything. They are also running off of very little information, as are we, which is why I'm putting out that we are running off of assumptions here. Do you understand?
I do, as I have seen it so far, and I have heard to others who have seen more than we have. I understand the concern and stress, the connotations that holds. It is also important to hold it with a rational eye, and hold emotions to the sight of it, no matter how terrifying it may become.
That is what I'm imploring you do.
That is what I am imploring for you. Apologies that it may come rude. But when you raise your tone, it shows through your feelings of it, no matter how much you dismiss it so. It is not a bad thing, but it is something to keep aware of too.
Either way, we do know that there are at least
What?
two of them that are actually running out of time.
You're proclaiming that I'm the emotional one. Fine.
The longer they are there, the weaker they become. This would fall true underneath that, I assume.
But for the most part, it seems like everything is banking on Winter being able to form the case for this one.
Seemingly so.
From my understanding, there is one that will be able to actually do this case. We need to make sure that whoever is doing a case each time knows everything. They will get no help. It will all come down to one person.
Not quite. Yes, and I would like to say. So I am focusing primarily on one of the stars that I wish to save. I am also assisting Menace and a few others with the stars that they showed interest in helping. So I cannot...
Yes.
We got something new.
So I cannot figure a way out yet to share the case name itself. There are other ways I have found to share the information safely. From the constellations to information. There's a few ways that I can help lead them to the information they need so they can take on the courts themselves. You're not wrong, it is a one-person activity to act as the protector in this case, to argue against it. But it is not a complete lonesome travel that they must do everything themselves.
No, and that's not what I was implying. That's the formation of this group is going to be all of us supporting the actual argument and making sure that there is enough for burden of proof. We need to justify that it's all false. Except we need to also understand what exactly does innocent and guilty mean to stars, especially stars that believe in inherited sin.
We've been told that there are two that you see there, right? What if
It would also be important, I believe, is for some of these arguments of the crime. For example, Bartholomew's crime, we do not know the case name, but we know the cause of action.
Definitely possible.
Which is letting people like myself or Yasushi or Menace exist in the Van Isles. So it no longer becomes a argument of innocence, but the argument of cause action of the action that was committed and the weight of the crime. Because unless you were to commit a massive genocide and kill every single person, innocent and guilty, which I do not suggest anyone do, we now have to change and pivot our argument points.
He's going to write very simply. Or right. Or is she alright?
But apologies for taking your words at face value. As I assume you know, I am not a mind reader. I can only take things as you say them forward, since I do not know the context of your inner workings or your subtitles in your mind.
For several of these cases, they did actually perform the action that they are charged with. In which case, I believe the actual argument to be made is that they were forced into that position, which is what Winter is going to be taking, at least for Farsight.
For the others, it might work, and for some we might have to slightly shift it depending, but I do agree with you that it's a good approach for at least a good handful of these.
Especially will have to be, each case will have to be built separately, and at the current pace, one after another.
The good news is it is not all doom and glory, though. Though we currently have this case almost completed, there are at least 3 others that are almost completed also. Not to mention there is a lot we have not touched yet. For example, there's the beetle one named Ambrosia we need to talk to still. There's the one that is the split man and woman who may be the same as the other one who does these things with the stars above. I am unsure, but they are confirmed a warden, but they are also confirmed trapped down there. As they were shown either fighting the red strings when I believe Vetcher summons them, and then another summons them. Not summon, but the stars that watch them. They were in the audience. They were also in the audience of another person, but replaced by silence. Though they were also seen as a warden by Lai, it is something to look into.
I would hesitate to describe that they are trapped, but they may simply...
Doesn't make sense.
I think most likely it's the sheer fact that the entire court is suppressed. Even the overseers. Not that an argument can be made to free them. It's more something that comes along with what silence does.
The cost of the job.
Basically.
It is, I will admit, also a theory, though I do not have it confirmed yet. The split man and woman who is seen wandering the halls on patrol is my guess is to be the one who is 2 and 4. as it would line up. So again, that is just a theory going on so far. There's also the one that Lie is a part of. I do not know who that one is connected to yet, so... But it is another thing I'm trying to figure out.
I at least know of one more.
Silas?
A new one. At least from one of my conversations.
Yes, please do share.
The one we'd spoken to previously, Wilhelm. Evidently, he has a sister that is also missing.
I suppose this... I do not know of whom it is relating to yet, but I had a few questions for Gen earlier in the week that had involved the artifact and my memories around it. Potentially, some incident had occurred where, among others that I had spoken to of my gift, one of them was supposedly one that up until that point was presumed missing by many of these stars, that they did not know who was alive. Which I do not know if it was prior to their disappearance or somehow had reached them in spite of it. But they may have insight as to what has blocked memory of that and therefore this. Though that is not the only reason they had brought up. I am doubtful there's relations, but I imagine amongst people here that you might have better insight. The reason that the times we have tried to use it to intervene, and it has been rather drastic, is that this artifact seems to be presuming I have a much greater mana capacity than I actually do, which is not normal for it. That, and they said something about I wasn't woken up yet. What does that... Does that mean anything?
I believe, at least to the only times I've ever heard those words used in a specific context, is that you are a guide.
Like me.
What does that mean?
It means you help with finding star charms and star artifacts.
I admit I've been meaning to ask you about this. Charms and artifacts and the space around a person naked to the human eye. You and Winter kept talking about them, and Winter even handed theirs off, I presume, when handing something to Lie to see something we could not. Apologies if it is a off-rail comment, but it relates to a few of the things I've been asked to look into. So I've been running my theories based on vague information you all have been talking about, but it is hard to run a theory on things if I do not know the full context at hand. Apologies.
Star charm and a star artifact are two different things, but at least what a star charm is, it is a trinket created by either a single star or a group of stars, and it gifts its user sight beyond the normal, being able to see influence of stars, being able to see which stars watch over a person, if you can properly interpret them. It's not in any easy language, all very symbolic. Along with some of them have other qualities. But at least we have been using them to try and identify which items are aligned with certain stars, along with the stars that watch over specific people. It gives you good judgments about who they may be tied to.
I see. That was then likely be the connection for why another student was asking about red threads on them.
Yes, it also allows you to see the threads of the stars.
So in theory, it would also limit you see that. Okay.
But to go back to the relation of that question, the individual in question that Gan had mentioned was apparently one that they considered a close friend and may have been known to members of the academic court. They offered to ask around to their fellow members in regards to one of those questions, but I might be able to ascertain a name soon if I can get that from them, as it would mean that it is one that I have personally spoken to in the past and knows me. And considering when we were in the domain one time, I had felt a draw towards two of them in there. One of them may have been that particular
I will
one.
say, there are some more names and descriptions of forgotten stars that we know nothing about yet. For example, we do not know who Aspen is, who Oriah is, or Hugo. Lillian's family apparently has a connection to this Hugo. In the language that they wrote in my book I had given to Silas to then talk to Lai.
I have a number.
Lai seemed to have been able to write it.
As far as I can tell, there are 13 domains with missing stars.
I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I know one went willingly.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, I have 11 of those 13 then. That is good.
By any chance, do you have any insight on which one was the willing individual?
I have one idea,
Dancing 2 in gold,
which I think they are a warden.
That would make sense with the theory that they are.
Red clothes plus thread, not red clothes plus
forgotten, but not there.
And then glowing white
As
hair,
a
5 eyes,
prisoner.
golden.
And Silverlance, you look to be in distress for a while.
Yeah.
Also,
I thought it was only Gen who had access to my book.
It's never only one.
Yeah,
Do you have an idea?
I know exactly.
Is it her? That would make sense. She had the same book.
She told you.
We let each other do it. Wait. Sorry, say that again?
I was saying to Aaron that they should know because they told us.
So she was trying to contact him for his book.
It's the only way
Additionally,
to communicate.
she had the same book.
They did all the same one.
I have a different one.
They looks the same.
It was the same design.
She also told us that she would be communicating and giving answers through that book.
I see.
Apologies to go
That's-
back real quick, but if you're able to get their names or the appearance, let me know. As I said, I currently have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 stars with just appearances, but nothing else.
I know.
I
mean,
can
the
certainly
appearances, of course.
try. I
Of
am
course.
unsure if we have any insight onto one that would be considered to have been a close friend of Gen.
It would be ironic if it was Hugo, since they was the ones writing in the book, in a language I could not look at easily. It caused me a bit of a migraine, I will admit.
You said you gave a copy of the writing to Silas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have that
As it
with
is
you?
too dangerous to open the book and share, sadly, from the pages.
I will also note, I do have some of a description of Wilhelm's sister. Long white hair.
Oh, please do tell me. Oh, I do have one with long white hair. Wait, no,
I believe it's them.
Would I be able to?
Glowing white hair, 5 eyes. Was one of these stars that I had seen.
I don't know about the eyes, but at least from the description I was able to see, well, in the depiction I was able to see, it seemed almost half armored. At least armored around the wrists.
What was written by...
There was one
This
with
is
golden
specifically known to be by Hugo?
14.
Let us see.
What?
Golden
14.
silver thread passed out.
If we're including the one that went willingly. 14.
That one, there's two that there could be.
It's gone up one this week.
It's more description from lines the golden gauntlets. It was either a lie or another. I think it was lie who saw
This week.
I see.
Yes.
Make that 14, not 13.
14.
Another joined their ranks this week.
Another joins the ranks.
That's interesting.
They worry if it was Yoruba's mother that was added then. From what we know,
No.
Zimrites now is yet at risk.
No, I don't think it was them or Freedom. They're in a worse spot. They would actually be in a better situation if they were put in there.
Yes, I would.
At least from what I've heard. Which...
Thank you.
Which one?
I would like to apologize to you.
You're perfectly fine. This is something that is sitting quite close to home for you. So I do not blame you at all.
Odd. Because I thought I knew my mother. I don't know exactly what it means. I haven't been able to think normally. I'm thinking so much that I don't even know what thinking is and what me talking is. I want to be helpful here. I want to be useful, but I can't even put my own thoughts in right words.
Do not worry about being considered useful.
It is a grand undertaking that we are trying to tackle right now. Something that
Exactly.
has not been attempted by anyone for many, many years, if ever. It is not a bad thing to not be certain of how one can contribute, but thus far you have given us a lot of information.
And yet
If
it still
anything,
feels like it's not enough.
if anything, you may be part of the proof that gets them out.
Perhaps.
In this particular case. Also, to give you context while I was talking out loud, I was struggling to read it myself, but someone started writing to me as I was looking, asking if they would like them to be translated. And they said give them a day when the two of them are awake. It seems that they are able to... Some of them can speak to each other within the cells, if that is to be believed.
Using
I
the
assume one
work
of
as
them.
a medium, perhaps.
So that might have been her plus the original writer of the text.
Oh, that's what you're doing. I was saying, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm walking away to go talk and whisper for a second. I'm asking Midna questions.
You're wrong, Mike.
Fuck.
I am a bit
I'm here to whisper and ask Midna questions.
Understood.
The tie to that startup that was their friend. They had said that that incident had proved to them that they were alive because...
What can you tell me about the new one?
Which means that... And I had asked specifically in the context of my ability to call them forth with...
The new inmate, or at least speculated one?
Yes.
Which means that I was able to...
They were a best friend to curses and hexes. They're a sibling to healing.
In spite of the fact...
And it was this week.
Yes.
Otherwise, there would not have been any reason to question whether or not they were alive or not.
Do you know, or...
But whatever had happened...
I don't know how quick they are, but do you have any idea about what situation, where in the world?
No, I don't. I only know that something's wrong is because Curses has been crying. And Evergreen doesn't know how to fix it. She's crying saying she's missing. She's missing. She's gone too.
And those that didn't know them well enough are already starting to forget.
I have an idea who it could be if that's how she's talking.
I'll take any
I brought up the
theory.
domain to some and they already are starting to get fuzzy on the details.
Which domain?
It is important for you to take care of your mind, though.
Not exactly a domain. Or at least not a court specifically. Much like how Misfortune doesn't exactly have one.
More that if you said any ideas of which one you think it is, I missed it.
Their exact court doesn't exactly have one. It's like Misfortune. Not marked. They were destiny aligned.
I've noticed a
They
theme.
did the opposite of what Curses does.
All I will ask of you is, in a day, if you could check that book again.
Oh. I'm going to not say my guess, just in case that's already started.
You can at least say it, I mean.
Blessings.
Yeah. Not exactly their name, but it's two parts, split up curses and hexes. One part that I can say is it's just a term. Bewitchment.
Things are better. The things that were happening.
Both those together, then. In an order.
They're just a kid. I don't know what they could have done wrong.
I know you can't tell me which are in there, but are any of the ones in there red aligned?
I don't know. We don't know if all of the ones I've gone missing or stepped away from their throne are in that court. We don't know.
I'll relay this information to you all first.
Okay. Thank you, Midna.
Okay, I guess I'm not heading out.
Of course.
It's brief. Won't be long.
Okay.
To put this simply, I was approached by Violen, the one whose mother has been assisting with the infection. Of course. One thing
We're just going to talk about it. All right.
He said if I ever have a flare-up, to isolate myself and have him come to assist. I'm not entirely sure why, but these are specifically notes from his mother, and what the actions for them to be done is to make sure that no one else is clinging to me but them, or whoever else is flaring.
Oh, there's the reason why I asked about the charms. The current ongoing series, when it has these flare-ups, this thing you can see with the charm, when it causes the overlap, is my presumption is the infection point. Is likely which is causing it to spread. It is also why it is safe to assume those being watched by Helios are also on the infected list.
Potentially. But the instructions she gave him were very particular. Isolate, and to put our head into his chest, staring through his heart. And if your eyes are covered in a light, to have his eyes cover yours. I'm not entirely sure
I would trust every word she says.
I know. That is why I'm informing you all. I don't know why, but I'm not going to question.
Mush fucking scared the shit out of me because of his sound effect on his teleport.
I forgot I'm still here.
My fault, my bad. My bad, Pimp.
You scared the fuck out of me.
Good. You know what? Blame Void Dweller.
I will.
Good. I hope you do.
Please do inform Rowan of this also. As currently I am assisting Rowan and a few others with trying to figure out a way to deal with this infection. I admit I do not know everything yet, but as I have shared with you the information I have gathered from the others, we are currently seeing what ways we can help postpone the symptoms the best way we can.
You can't.
We can with the flowers. It seems to calm down with some of the symptoms. That is why Virtues was talking to Lynn a bit more aggressively, but you said you would do better.
Well, it should be stated that you must try to find a way to get them without having her provide them. Every single time she gives one, it is killing them more and more.
That is what we're doing.
Indeed.
We did.
Well, with the hint she gave me at the end of, I've already spread them all out already, and you already know where they're being grown. I have a good idea where the others are.
It's okay.
The problem
I will
is
get
where
the
they
things that we
are.
had talked about after it. This is stuff you already know. We did
Somewhere that is
perform.
restricted or dangerous.
Can one of you two unlock the door for me to leave?
The hint she gave me is the way they grow.
The way they're growing
I
on.
get an opportunity to talk.
Silas needs assistance with the door real quick. Apologies.
And I would like to speak first. But there's been so much bickering that's getting annoying. Anyways. There is a forbidden phrase now that I do not want any of you to call. If you do, I will break your circle. If I ever hear one of you say that you want to access your domain, it will be broken.
Understood.
I was not aware that was something that would even work.
I presume this is in connotation of what happened last week, no?
Yes. Elijah should be okay,
Understandable.
but he goes to the Forgotten Prison. So no one else should do it.
I'm not certain it would even do anything for the vast majority of people. The only reason they even had the idea to do that was because he was explicitly told he is a portion of a domain.
Oh, it does do something.
I was going to say, if many stars are the responsibility or the reason why most of us have been made, whether it be our species or us ourselves, it would be some theory that they would have a similar or worse reaction.
Regardless, the point being, unless there is explicit permission given, it is not something to be used ever again.
Understood. I also have more information.
That would be good.
There is a new Forgotten Court, Star. As of this week. From what I was told, sibling to curses and hexes.
Uncle?
No.
Oh, he does that.
No. I'm already misremembering. I think it was actually the sibling to healing. They were related. And close with curses and hexes.
If I am to pose a guess, it might be the names that Roland had wrote down in the journal that got erased. That they were attempted to summon, but I said better to ask Auntie or another that they are a similar domain. The one responsible for the kin.
I think I can speak one part of their title.
Of course.
At least because it's a general word when talking about enrichment. Which goes into another thing of we don't know when they're being added, but honestly, this entire thing feels more like political weapon.
It would be.
The new one is also destiny aligned.
Essentially, trying to spin whatever even remotely questionable thing may have happened, call it a crime, and lock them away.
I think there has been some injustice in these trials. And they've been skewed.
Something we're going to... If the judge is not a truly neutral partisan, there may be a bit more weight we have to pull for this.
We're also not certain whether or not the trial to get them in is the same as the trial to get them out, or if it even has the same judge.
Or if a judge is involved at all.
There's a few things we have to look into this, you're right. And until we see how the practice one with Destiny and Winter goes, there's not much we know until we see it. Speculation is good, but the assumptions lead to harm.
But I don't have any more information about what they could have even done, what event happened, or where in the Van Dials we look for more information, especially with how recent it is.
There is some leadways, like you said. We have healing, and we have my auntie. My auntie is currently looking into the home of Lynn right now that was abandoned to see if there was any other leadway of information on what has happened. I still need to talk to her again and see what information she has gathered. But when I talk to my auntie again, I can talk to her about the star also.
I would recommend giving her a moment. From what I've been told, she is currently just sobbing.
Of course. Then I will give her a gift and offering and comfort. As she is still family, even if not by blood. It is the least enough you can do.
When can we do a mock trial?
Now. We have most of us here.
At least, I think this is a good period to find out what's really involved. Before you got here, we were talking about what is the burden of proof? When do we have enough? And I think we need that answered by Destiny. Of when do we have enough to prove something?
And considering our time limit, the longer we put off the mock, the longer we put off the real.
Well, we can't even do the real ones until we have the phrase for it anyway, so...
No, yeah. We won't be doing the real, but I'd at least like to know what it looks like now, and it'll make it easier to find and tailor information for when we get to the real, because we don't know what actual timetable we have.
Exactly.
How to base the
Perfectly.
evidence and what we actually need.
Which will make it easier to split our attention on the things we need to gather.
Indeed.
Here the others are almost complete also, minus the phrase, of course. And then we have a bunch of others that are nothing known about some others and their appearance.
Welcome to the land of living.
What did I miss?
We're talking about the mock trial and the information that it will give us, so we know how to better tailor the information we're looking for.
I'm sure Destiny will explain it, so if I have no objections, I'm going to call them.
I think you should.
I think this would be the best time to try.
Do you want me to restart my conversation or got interrupted, or?
Assuming, of course, I live.
I would like to say before the argument begins again with the flowers, no, we will not be summoning Lynn again to bother her. And two, we did some divination on the flowers and got some important information for something. Me, Violin, and others were relying on Silas for the divination part, but we can gather up both me, Violin, and Rowan to help give the information of what we saw. My guess is, if the flowers that is on Emilia, as I was described by the other two, is of similar origin as the flower on Rowan, based on the divination, it would presume so. We have the two specimens that we need. So, realistically, we don't need multiple flowers, but if we had a spare to research the properties of, that would be good without putting any risk on the originator ones.
Understood.
You know, if we do get a sample of these flowers, for some of you will recognize this name, but Councilman Mika, she is one of the leaders of Israel. She's been researching how to splice flowers and breed them to carry over some traits.
Oh, there we go again.
Potentially, I could take Void can hear me. Potentially, I could take one of these flowers over to her, and we could see about it being bred by her, or at least a more easily accessible variant of it being made.
It would be better to have her come here and separate the flower from the user.
She probably isn't going to
kill the.
If you splice the flower to begin with,
be
you're
able to
going
come here.
If you splice the flower to begin with, you're technically making an all-new flower. Which means that the effects of... Go on? No,
I was
go
going
on.
to say, if we have two flowers, one from Amelia, one from Rowan, I can help with cross-pollination, so we can then make more of the same. Which is why we were trying to figure out how to get a second.
Flowers. Yes, go on.
So, I've been waiting for 12 minutes, so I'm just gonna finish now, please. Thank you. As I was saying before, the hint Leon gives me is think of how they're grown. Now, the one I was searching for was on Rowan. Rowan is a gremlin. Gremlins are formed directly from mana veins. They are literally bulbs of mana veins and pop out of mana veins. And Rowan specifically comes from the ever-fallen forest. Ergo, the similar area where those flowers will be growing in, similar to the one that growing on Rowan's, would be on the mana flames within ever-fallen forest. The problem is, as people here who have already been there already know, it is a haven of luminosity and other things that would want to kill you, as of the last time you guys went there.
There's also the running theory.
Lumosity, not luminosity.
It appeared also during the divination along with the flowers they held. But again, these are purely theories with not enough grounded research or experiments to see if it is true or not. But let us focus on this objective, as this is something that is grounded in what we know will happen. And then for that, I will add it to the list to look into later with Rowan and now Violin, as Violin also has a way to help with the side effects of the flowering. As for you, Miss Saori, if I may make a request.
Before we go on, as the one who actually knows Flora, if you try to splice the two together, one, it's most likely not going to work and die off. The second part is that there's going to be two other outcomes. One, it is going to make it less potent, which means it most likely will not work, or three, it's not going to work at all.
That's what I was thinking.
This is why when we talked about the other thing, cross-pollinating if they are the same, again, that is under the assumptions that they are the same. But, the favor, if it is alright, Miss Saori, as you're able to stay with people when they're doing their star summonings and you're seeing who is watching over them, though you do not need to share it with me, it would be important to make a list of the students who have Helios watching them, as they are the most likely to be contaminated. If we are to stop the spread of the infection, it is important to keep a list on that, And as Silas was told, if they are feeling the symptoms that I will help write up a list for, it is important to do one or two things we can help with stopping the spread of it. This is something I cannot do.
It's very simple. From what I could tell so far, everyone who has Helios is either is most likely a Serenity Light user. No offense, Aaron.
None. I have Helios.
Can't be racist if it's true.
It is still good to keep an eye out, as a few of the other students who have had this infection are not from Serenity nor a light user, but
I've at
will
least
also help kind of know it.
I've at least spoken before in that, as Apollo Pierce brought up to me, especially said basically outright that having Helios is a calling card by Gen. I do believe that it is an indicator. The hard part is to tell whether or not Helios is watching them because of family reasons, having some tie to him or the infection, and assuming that we know the reason would be disastrous later on. Additionally, I believe all of those that are infected have already been identified.
That is good.
I don't think a list needs to be made.
If
it is more... Oh, apologies, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if Helios is the quote-unquote calling card for the light infected, ergo, wouldn't there also be a calling card for the dark infection as well?
We know so little about that in comparison. As far as we can tell, one person has it, and it's not contagious. I wouldn't even call it an infection. It's a condition.
Well, it is one of the strands of it. Not strands, that is the wrong word.
Additionally,
there are 3 variants that have been confirmed by my auntie of this infection.
I'm
There's
aware.
the blinding light we know of in the dark, but...
Wait, no. No, there are 3 variants of the light infection. That's not accounting for the dark infection at all.
I know at least 3 people who are affected by the dark.
What?
3?
Me. And I think Elwin got checked out and said he was infected as well.
That's not
Elvin
by
has the
dark.
light infection,
You are.
as far as I'm aware.
You are also infected with light. That was confirmed to me.
Okay, I might be misremembering then.
Additionally, leave the flowers alone.
I am not doing anything with them, but more so collecting information that Rowan has shared with me.
I more mean this for all of it. I think the flowers should be left alone, no matter what benefits they may have, considering the cost it takes on her just to make them. They should be left alone until we can get to that case. We already know what to do if there is a flare-up. That covers that. As far as we know, no one else has been infected, especially because they only just got treated not too long ago by the one person who can deal with this. Leave it alone.
I will say this then. I agree it is important not to mess with it, but it is important to get the information we can so that way misinformation does not spread fear. As there's already been a few students who have already come to me scared about this infection, as they themselves have discovered they are infected with this.
Can you
I know.
send them to me?
They've approached me as well.
I'll do that.
The reason they know is because they've already been identified, checked out, and treated.
That is good then. We'll get clarification from my auntie when she is feeling better, of course, but it is still important to keep an eye on things so they do not get worse without paying attention to it. Whether it be magical or caused by a star, as the point still goes, it is called an infection, it is to be assumed it acts like such.
As far as I know, the way to get infected is by touching any of the flare-ups.
Or being in proximity.
If
We don't know that.
he's out of commission for too long, couldn't you ask your uncle since they work together?
Exactly, that is what I'm going to do later this week. I'm going to, of course, check on her and make sure she is okay, as that is good for a nephew to do for family. I also do need to check on my uncle anyways, too, and make sure he is doing alright with the chaos that is happening. If it is someone close to Auntie and to healing, it likely is someone close to Uncle, too. I am not sure how well he handles loss. Usually the most silliest people typically have the most going on in their mind, after all.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Okay, want to do the mock trial?
Yes, go ahead and get started. Additionally, Virtues, you should check with protection.
I already have.
Go ahead. Thank you.
He's recovering right now.
That's as much as I surmised when I spoke with him as well.
I asked,
Good.
what?
Oh, I told you, did you bring your gifts for protection as apology?
I called upon Destiny.
I haven't had time since he's still recovering.
As you call out to her, the entire room's going to engulf itself into gold. There will be clouds in the distance as the podium itself be lifted before twirled around as instead of the podium in front of you, you're going to see that of kind of like a chessboard and a chair pull up behind you as slowly would Destiny start forming with her hair covering most of her face and a long white gown. What can I do you for?
I want to do that mock trial now.
Oh! Shit! Okay. Apologies, I was in my daughter's domain to handle some things. Okay. At least for sake of conversation, just to make sure we're all on the same page, since you're going to be dealing with it more than I am. My foot to say. There we are. First and foremost, what I can state. If we're taking the same rules of how we formerly had done trials before this, if this does work on them, it was normally used when a star was abusing their power, so to speak. So let's take an example. Don't take it as an offense ever. Let's say Misfortune got really mad at Immortal, right? Let's follow that train of thought. And they cursed him with misfortune that they could never get rid of, and no ounce of good luck could come to them. Right? Now, let's say they pay their dues, time is paid, or they fail their debt. But Evergreen still doesn't give up, still continues the problem. The trials were used to help appeal it. Now, we can't make a case for them to null and void. Not exactly. What we can do is appeal it. So the way that trials had been done, if we're using the same train of thought, would be that whatever case you're using, you need to, how you say, in this regard, that court is not up to me. Nor is it up to my sibling, I'm Destiny. I've been spending too much time with my daughter. Thank you for that. But in that case scenario, neither me or my sibling can have a say, unless we are called in as witness for either their side or your side. Otherwise, we have no sway of the vote. That relies entirely on the two wardens. So, if I could give any advice, that would be one, match your approach to how they feel, to an extent. If you know they're more kind or benevolent to a certain topic, lean into that. but I can't say much on one of the wardens. They're new even for me. I only met them once the direction plan was changed.
Just to make sure I'm on the same page, the one of movement.
No, I know that one. Painfully so.
Understood.
Can I talk about this? Sadly, as this is an independent court, I actually have to be careful with my words. What I can say is, one of those stars already existed. The other one didn't wake up yet. Forced out of it. If you catch what I mean?
Mostly, yes.
Yes. So that one, I can't tell you the personality that will unlock, so to speak. So you're sadly going into that blind. But I can at least tell you of the one of movement. They were very close friends with Twilight.
Right.
And if you know who Twilight spends time with, you can understand these type of personalities they enjoy. So, I'll ask, what trial of yours do you want to test? At the end of the day, you're needing to prove to me that it is a reasonable approach to appeal. But I can also give you the counterpoints of the information I have. As I'm not the warden, I don't have all the information on each case in the personal regard. I just have what got them in there.
I mean, I'm not sure what the others think, but the one we have the most information on is the one of vision and sight.
Well, if you want them in here with you, help yourself.
I know nothing of Twilight yet, sadly.
That to let you in, or is that for them to come over?
They can come in. So long as I'm careful with my words, I'm not getting the gavel involved. Though, he might come in here anyways, since technically this is talking on a member in there.
I believe with what you've said that you can come into the ritual circle.
Help yourselves. Make yourselves comfortable as you see fit.
Of course.
No. That may be the one you have information of, but this is a test. Just to see how you can navigate. Considering you and I have had many talks, Winter, you know how I operate.
Yeah.
Or at least how I talk. So, test it on me. How do you think I would prefer you requesting an appeal, so to speak? And if you have any witnesses you'd like to call or declare in advance, then we can mark them. But if they are not declared now before you start, can't be used.
Well, before we start, I still would like to ask, which one would we like to test?
I would say the one we have the most developed case for. We need, most of all, to understand what the burden of proof is going to be. That's primarily why we're doing this.
It is a practice for the case that you have claimed to be taken care of. As if we are to practice, it is best for us to practice our own cases.
Then with no objections, I would have witnesses, however they cannot be called to the stand, so to speak, right now. So for this one, no witness.
Understood. I only offer, even if they may not have key information, if they have information shared to them, technically, I'd be willing to hear it out in this regard.
Then Nue, if you would like...
Your answer.
Nue, if you would like to serve as witness.
Of course, I will be the witness.
Alright. Then I will keep that in mind. Now, it is... Ow! Fuck! That hurt.
Try not to break your knuckles, Destiny.
That was
my knuckle, that's my elbow.
And try not to break your bones.
You should look into stretching.
Hurt yourself, Destiny.
Nevertheless, considering this is being tested for a... Holy shit, that's bright.
Are you referring to what you're doing to the ceiling?
Yes. Thank you. My own eyes. I hate myself.
That's nice, Destiny.
Okay, I'm good. Sorry, I had to like blink a few times. Anywho, so when it comes down to it, you understand how I operate, and you can understand how to approach me. What I can tell you is when it comes to these appeals, you can call for quick recess to discuss with your witnesses in question, or if you need to recompose. As I do not understand the personality, it has happened before of stars being more aggressive or insistent of their poking of the holes.
Oh. Then a quick preliminary question before this begins. You had mentioned a jury in the past, but you seem to imply only the two make the actual decision. What is the purpose of this jury then?
If it's using the same methodology that we do, at least when we have actively used this phrase, it was commonly stars that were aligned with it alongside mortals that were affected as an area of effect.
All those that have a stake in it.
Are seen. Yes.
Have the
always,
accused party side to watch the proceeding?
Yes.
Understood.
Alongside, I and my sibling would sometimes spectate in to make sure things were proper. After a certain mediator, let's call them that, was discharged as a role, it was to make sure neither of us were cheating.
Alright.
But you can imagine how well that goes.
For the trial,
Of course.
if the wardens are also making the decision, who is making the argument against the appeal?
Are you meaning the factor of...
Is it also the wardens?
Yes. They're the ones you need to convince to be let go.
So they are
Sadly,
effectively
me and my
serving
sibling
as
have
the-
no say in the matter unless we're pulled in as a witness or testimony.
They are acting as the prosecution in this situation, then.
So you appeal to the sides that they're most preference in, and you try to convince them that your ideas are their own also. This is similar debate with more stakes, yes, but it is similar to the running theory I had of cases
Sadly,
on
the factor of we don't know if their personality. I only know one of their personalities. The other, I've not talked to. They're new. And by the time that they became involved, so to speak, to put it lightly, or became more prevalent, they were already doing their job.
Is it typical for them to have had more than one individual serving in this role before?
He wasn't supposed to. Or at least it was supposed to be one.
If I may ask some things that I've been wondering for a bit. One of the wardens that a friend of ours had seen, a split man and woman, are they of the new or the old?
I can't answer, really. I don't know. Sadly, the wardens are new to me. I only know one of them because of... they were pre-existent.
Then I suppose the one you knew then likely isn't the split man or woman then? Apologies.
Sadly, you're running on the same information I am. I have only the information of what they had done when they chose to be signed away. But that's the limit. I don't know what happened behind those doors.
So I was right. One of the wardens went willingly.
Luckily, our friend who saw them last time did have an invite to talk to them again. I think that is something we could look into if they are willing. Because it is our only route right now with such things.
Possibly.
Apologies for my vagueness, but I do not know how loud these corridors may be. Apologies.
You're quite alright. As this is technically speaking onto the trial itself, you're simply just making sure you're understanding of the terms. I see it as no quarrel.
I appreciate it dearly. Thank you very much.
That is the purpose of the test. You're just seeing how to present it, and I can just tell you if it works, but sadly, as I'm not the warden, it at least lets you learn to navigate, and I can be capable of giving you certain information I couldn't prior because you're enacting a test. But that does mean there's a risk that their attention is now active.
We can at least use you to poke holes in the case we do have.
Exactly.
Nothing.
And I can also clarify what information I may have.
If there are no objections, I believe we can start.
I actually have one question. In these trials, what is the exact definition of innocent and guilty?
It depends on each case. It depends on what put them away in the first place. There are some cases where, in some cases of guilt and or innocence, a criminal can be many things. Simple thievery to try and make ends meet, or full-on manslaughter. Different valleys, different levels. So it depends on each case. You just need to make sure their specific accusation in mind is disproven or proven. If they're accused of hexing maliciously, as an example, but there's proof that it wasn't out of malice but necessity, then there's wiggle room. You can make an argument. Either it be to try and find a settlement to compromise, limited accessibility, full-on return to their domain, or they get put back into their cell.
Would the arguments that they've already served their time be sufficient too? As many have been serving their time and even tortured in some regards, whether it be physical or mental torture, it is still something.
At least from what we've surmised, no. There's no, at least with the Forgotten Court, there is no end date to their sentence. It's indefinite. There is no serving time. All that matters is whether or not they did it or they didn't.
I'm also speaking in regards of what Destiny had said of repercussions that they had faced, whether it be losing full ownership, partial, or meeting in the middle.
I mean, even the fact if you can approve an appeal, then theoretically you can make the arguments, or at least show enough shadow of a doubt that you could make claim for partial or supervised control of the domain again. Reactivation of sorts. But that's speculation, that's something I would allow, but I am not that warden. Do not take me as the standard. Take me as an example that could be used, but leave yourself open to potential avenues. Don't let them catch you blindsided.
Of course. Make a maze of options and figure out which path is best.
If I knew the primary warden, I'd give you the personality so you can work with it, but I don't. When you call your first trial, that'll be the first time I get to see their personality.
I admit, from when our friend met with the split one, they seemed a bit more... They were stunned and they were not allowed to be there, but they had a careful attitude in a way. A bit of familiarship in a way of friendliness.
If there's two of them, then only one of them is kind. At least to you. It is not a majority. Though, it is a strategy to get them both to argue. But
You didn't hear that from me. Just speaking aloud, I suppose.
Of course, it is a speculation of imagination. Who knew where it's come from?
Nevertheless, then, for the sake of this test going proper,
I said try not to break your bones.
You need to stretch more, Destiny.
I haven't cracked my neck all day. That's the first time I have. Anywho, then I will ask, what is the name and the case file that you're trying to appeal?
Is that safe to say here?
You can use the primary name if you so prefer.
But the case name, is that safe to say?
Currently, yes.
Understood.
As this is a test to make sure you're understanding how things work. If they try to make it difficult,
Then this is the case against Isolde, the case of the temporal child.
It's not exactly the name, but I'll take it. You got at least her name right.
Ugh. I'm sorry, I haven't refreshed my notes on it in a while, so I'm a bit...
You're quite alright. The accused you're asking a question, she was charged with the factor of having a child and alongside going against warnings. She was given the initial first warning of having her mortal pass removed. And still she continued to go even after being warned. Do you not believe a single warning should have been enough? That goes against the factor of she was not supposed to be having a child of her domain, so to speak.
While that may potentially be true, it is also true in the fact that she only went against the first warning after a violation of the rules by Red Thread. If they had followed the rules, there would have been no need for a type of self-defense.
However, that does not put out of the question that her child still existed when she had, so to speak, still went to the mortal plane. She still put things out of order.
And it was technically put back in order by her shunting the child off.
That said, child still breaks the rules actively, using her domain as his body as the conduit. So, intents and purposes, she's still enacting more and more harm and inflicting her domain.
They have never purposely or willingly broken the rules. All of what they've done has been in them.
However, the child has been made aware he's a loophole, and he's still doing it.
That may be true, but a loophole isn't against the rules. That's not fair grounds to break it.
I will give you that. However, the point either still stands. One, the child still lives, and the genetic code still follows in that family line. Not only just that, the child still uses her domain. If not freely and carefree.
Then would it not be better for her to supervise and manage so that he does not frequently abuse and use her domain? If she was
makes
around
another one?
Well, she makes another one, then she knows the consequences. Who's to say she could not be given time to put her mistakes right? After all, the whole issue is the child flagrantly using against the rules, and the whole reason she went against it is she wasn't allowed a child in the first place.
Can I add something?
Let her do it. No. They're not part of this. If she were to, well, let's say be retroactively allowed the child, and be directly put in charge of watching him and managing him, then in the end, two rules would retroactively stop being broken. They are no longer abusing and freely using her domain. And she is put to work fixing what she did wrong.
She could have theoretically just had the child not have a portion of her domain. She could have just not have given that. Yet she chose to.
At the same time, she was also being taken away from ever being able to possibly speak or see. It was in reaction to that being revoked from her is why she gave them a portion. And
Mortals live and mortals die. We should not be interfering with such a matter. That is your purpose, after all.
However, interference only happened because of interference, no?
She had her child. She gave the child a part of her domain. She gave them powers they should not be capable of doing without dying, which is the cost for such a spell. Yet they can do it freely in their sleep and naturally. They were given removal of their visitation to no longer go to the mortal plane, and even after that, still insisted on contact, still insisted upon giving them more and more freedom, so to speak. They were given their warning to leave contact with that mortal and the child it bore. Yet, she didn't seem to listen to that warning.
But other stars frequently do the same types of acts, giving mortals parts of their domain, giving them access to things they should wildly and be capable of. Sometimes even preventing acts that shouldn't. Other stars act
Do you
with
have
such...
an example of a mortal that has a fragment of a domain?
Yes. Lie. The Valoria.
Those by nature already are finicky. My sibling and I can't see them. So sadly, I can't check if you're correct or wrong. Do you have
Would
any
a-
other examples you could use?
Yes. Anyway.
A piece of evidence to prove that our friend is a part of the domain we have two of. One, when they called upon their domain, they summoned the Forgotten Court. And for seconds, they are able to get the name of Silence among other stars not known yet, or interacted with in some time. Is that not
What
enough
I am
evidence
stating to you is I can't see them.
Nuith, what about Violin's mother?
I admit I do not know much of her other than the things that you have told me.
Mother?
But there is something unique about his mother, his creator.
Stop.
One of the people upon this campus, Violin, their creator, also has a fragment of a domain.
Stop. Find another example.
Oh, really good at incriminating people. Good God.
We don't have another example prepared.
Then end this.
Would you like to call a quick recess of yours?
Yeah.
One moment.
Help yourself then.
Rowan is also a...
Apologies, you go first.
Rowan is another example you can use, a known one since they are under the veil. But they can
As you are on
be
recess,
seen.
I will act as if I'm hearing nothing, out of fairness.
Admittedly, it'd be preferable if we had a piece of evidence of someone who is a domain of a not forgotten star.
And we don't have one of those.
No. We have lie, but lie is, well, not viable.
Apparently.
The other question in theory I had is what about pupils? Are they not an extension of that star domain as we carry the gifts they give
No.
us from their own abilities?
No, a pupil and someone who hosts a domain on very much two separate things. Someone who hosts a domain cannot be a pupil, and someone who is a pupil cannot host a domain.
I suppose another question is what would Sayori know then too, as she has put a ban on that summoning practice for this exact reason.
Sayori, do you know of any other people with who are innate domains? Okay, I have no idea what the...
I also will say not to give too much constructive feedback, but one of the things I noted is you would get yourself into a corner in the discussion. Destiny would bring up new pieces of evidence for you to argue, but you would just repeat the same piece over and over again.
No, admittedly, no, I was not expecting to do this today, so I did not have anything rehearsed or written down.
No, it is perfectly fine. It is a good thing for all of us to know for next time. We'll try to keep pivoting.
Yes, Irenaeus?
Not responding to you.
You're sighing at something.
I suppose
Information that was kept hidden. Out of sight.
I know that you did, yes. Sadly, that can't be used, but I did see it.
Piece of argument to then look into. You said it yourself. The ones who contain a domain cannot be a pupil, so the outcome.
No,
is
they can
similar
be.
without-
I'm saying that it's not... It is not something that is required for either sections.
You're safe. I promise.
Then I suppose that would be a good point to argue then. To go underneath the hardships of taking a trial to be allowed to be that domain. And the reason why you cannot safely give out the examples, as she said, she cannot see them. But if they could, the Red One would already kill them out and remove any of the evidence, therefore tampering with the evidence you could give. That might be an angle you can argue, as you would give such information, but it will be tampered with swiftly if you did.
I should also mention that the timeline that they did give was wrong, because didn't they have the child before?
That was a detail I only learned just now.
They had the child after their stuff was removed.
As far as I'm aware, that's how it went, but they are proposing that it happened and then their rights were revoked. However, Isolde said it was they got revoked, then they had a child.
But to our knowledge, it happened after it was revoked. Which means that there is a there's miscommunication in the timeline. Things were flipped around.
Plus, admittedly, the law being made after the child was born is easier to argue than them having a child after it was already made. So, another piece of evidence I did want to bring up to argue that if it is a crime for them to have children, then what are starborn? Are they a species that is illegal? By that of the rings of the star?
Void was killing me. What again?
Apologies. If the argument is the fact is that they had a child that is of the mortal realm, there's a few more arguments that could be made. For example, we know that one of the looters of Zilwan is a child of both Hearth and Bartholomew. The other one that can be argued is Starborn as a whole, are the child of some of the stars, Maybe not all of them, but the fact is they still exist and they are dropped down from the stars above. Though I do not know if they are part of those domains or not, the information is a bit shady, I will admit. But it is another counter-argument. When it comes to arguing this, we have to keep hitting them with what-ifs. Yes, our client has done something similar, but what of all these other things that have happened that are similar,
What about
that are still
them?
happening? Exactly. You need to both argue with that and argue with emotions. Not your own, but the emotions of the judge. Again, you need to pull on their heartstrings, or, as they mentioned earlier, cause some infighting between two of the judges. You want
Well,
to
yes,
convince them
but
that
that's
you are
not
not
exactly applicable in this situation.
No, but it is for
It's
future
so-
reference to keep in mind.
Well, technically, it would still be applicable. Because now you, well, as I mentioned earlier, you can argue about the timeline. The timeline that we know and what they know are both different. This means that there is a miscommunication between both of the timelines, which means that and how everything happened was not exactly how it happened. Something got mixed up somewhere, which causes an inner conflict of who has the right timeline.
Another thing I want to bring up, and this is for everyone whenever we do our own arguments, is you want to try and convince the judge that you are not the enemy. If they are going to see everything you say as an argument to them, they are less likely to listen to the information. Oftentimes, when the brain is given new information, it will put up walls to defend its own structures that reveal a necessity or fear, whether it is intentional or not. So, you try to warm the information so it is less of a defense mechanism from them and make them more honestly willing to listen.
Indeed.
It is also why it is important to keep the tone of voice calm and kind, as if you raise your voice, they may become more defensive. Apologies, I admit I've been reading a lot of books before the past coming weeks to try and prepare for this, as I am not the most confident speaker at
No, you're
times.
fine. It's also just come to me what the actual name of the trial was again, which is the Child of Temporosight. But
Of course.
The emotions of the
believe we are
judge
gonna
don't matter.
recess.
I have nothing more to add.
It was everything I could think of. Apologies, I could not give more.
The emotions of the judge don't matter. All that matters is having the correct facts.
Yeah.
Of course. Alright. Would you like to start at this time then?
Yes. Now, I'd like to ask something for the sake of posterity. What is the timeline of events that led to the accused being convicted?
What timeline do you believe it is?
That was not my question. I am asking you to state.
I'm simply
what is
asking
the...
clarification.
That is not needed for this. I would like to hear the court and what is on the official documentation for the timeline of events that led to the accused party being convicted. I will state my side after.
I know of two different timelines. One that is the child was before, and one that the child was after. The said warning in question.
While the stars themselves cannot be called to the stand, my witness here can attest to the fact that they had clearly stated that their visitation privilege was revoked before
I'm
the
so
trial was
sorry,
made.
you have to repeat. I had somebody very loud in my eardrums.
My witness here can attest to the fact that the accused party themselves has stated the child was made after the visitation rights were revoked.
Fair enough, then, if you have your own records to prove such a thing.
We have multiple eyewitnesses, both some that are here, and then there was the entries that were permitted earlier on the sacred texts that were written of that night.
Are those witnesses declared in advance of this trial or not?
one of the witnesses is here? Yes.
As long as this conversation moves away from Saria. You don't know
If you
who
have
it
proof
is.
to show
You
that the
shouldn't.
timeline you're requesting is
I want them
correct,
out of your
then
and Fate's game.
I'll mark it into the case files in advance.
Along with Nue is irritating me. Their focus on emotions is naive and childish. It's far more important to have solid
is it simply
facts.
off testimony for others, or do you have actual documentation?
I document everything I can in the sacred texts of the events of the stars.
Not what I asked. Did you get that hearing from other people, or did you get recited proof of such an act in question?
The information came from the primary source herself, with the confines removed, so she may speak freely of the truth.
Far too trusting.
Confines that were removed via the sacred texts, that the agreement was to be made, so she may speak freely without any harm.
I will save her in advance. That fits more for a testimony to call her forward. Sadly, you could easily write lies. I would only have to take you at your word. Keep that in mind. Especially since you're not allowed in there. Technically, that could fall for falsified information. You didn't collect it properly. You weren't allowed in there. Which is why I say call for more testimony. It makes it more secured and they can't lie their way out of it.
I would also, include all of them, but for the sake of this, I figured only to include Nue, besides only them and Renee, well, and Sayori, but she wasn't here. Or actual witnesses to that.
I would say if it was the actual trial, we would call upon two, including the...
If it was the actual trial, I called upon every witness applicable for the situation. There's no limit to how many witnesses we may have.
Yeah, making sure it's clear that with this mock, we're not doing that.
Yes.
It's happened to me to say literally everyone in the world, my
They sadly need to be declared in advance. Before the trial starts, you need to declare who's your witnesses and who you're calling upon for testimony. Given your
What name do you need to know?
Is a testimony witness under your mark, so no need to declare them. But if, let's say, Aerith had information and you did not declare her in the beginning, she is null and void in any uses of her name from anybody else, even personalized documentation. Null and void can't be used. So if Nue says that Aerith has that information, Aerith wasn't declared, null and void. If they're that much of a stickler for the ruling.
But the thief and sorry.
You're quite alright. This is new for you all. So I'm happy to correct and help steer the course.
Continuing well.
Though, you didn't quite answer my question prior. If you have an example of somebody who has a domain. That they shouldn't have, but they have it.
While, unfortunately, we do have that, as you also yourself cannot perceive people who wouldn't have a domain. Unfortunately, neither I nor you can prove of it.
I just can't look at the Valora in question. I know they exist, I've seen them in this room. I just couldn't see them prior. Their actions they do, out of my scope. At least when it comes to that cult. I can see them now. But sadly, I can't use them as an example, as the scenarios you both are claiming, I cannot see. I'd be taking at your word. You could be lying to me. While I may believe that you wouldn't lie to me in the scenario, that is a gamble that the warden may not take. With that said, If you can prove that there is a member, at least you are aware of, if you have a member, or at least a mortal that has a shard of a domain, or is part of a domain, I'm more than willing to listen. As that then would make the regard of, yes, they have a domain that is dangerous in the arms of a mortal. It is still a factor there's others like them with domains. So why is only one being punished but not the rest? It leaves shadow of a doubt. But if you can prove there's at least minimum one, then there's shadow of a doubt.
Well, what of Mentos innovation?
Sadly, he's a Starborn. Starborn theoretically could also fall under Moon. That is their birthright. That is not exactly the factor of... As an example, let's use this best example. Let us say in the factor of Asclepius with you.
Right.
He didn't give you any part of him when you were born, but current day he could give you a part of him. It was not a by birth domain.
Right.
Theoretically, he could be taken as an example, but he is also one of the weirder cases given the
Can be
restrictions
flimsy.
and limitations of Starborn.
Still, he was never meant to... He was only ever meant to be mortal. So he also should not have been given innovations domain, which, as we can clearly see by the entirety of Israel itself, has been used without regard or supervision.
True.
This example
I will at
falls
least give you
apart.
that in that regard. However, he's not caused comparative. He's not caused as much disturbance, so to speak.
I would beg to differ. Mentos has, if not completely, very majorly altered the course of history. As with his gifts and his powers, he has been able to do things that, one, he shouldn't be able to do, and two, things that weren't meant to happen yet. The existence of Israel as an entire nation, and the lightning manavane that he brought with it, have completely altered many of the things in the Vantiles going forward. While what the accused child has done is also against the rules and bad, comparatively it is very tame to the long-standing and current things that Mentos is doing with his power.
I will ask for sake of understanding. By power, you mean the factor of what he's capable of, or his mana?
With his domain.
I wouldn't entirely agree. It simply gives him an advantage in understanding, but that's not what led him to start making them in the first place. If anything, if I seem to recall, he had a common phrase alerted with him. How did it go again? A man ahead of his time?
Mentos, however, is also capable of making automata and constructs with semblances of actual life and thought, which is something that should not be possible. Alongside being able to even hold on to souls way after they should have departed with that power. Even if, let's say, he was just the normal ruler of the lightning Manavane, no one would be capable of making things with the same level of personality and intelligence that he does. That is something only he is capable of doing. It is his gift from that.
Are you putting onto the record that Mentos has only one gift in mind?
No, I am saying it is a gift.
just so you're at least making viable points, I'll at least give you one hint. He's your best example of that domain in question. The one of your accused, he uses it as well.
So, considering this not part of the trial, would it not be wise to call on him as evidence?
Theoretically, you could, yes.
But you seem to be implying that on the fact of he uses the accused domain, that might be counterproductive to the argument.
He uses the domain in the factor of he knows the practice. He knew the practice before he fell. However, alongside that factor, it's shown that there are good uses of the practice, not just the bastardized that is being used on the accused. You're showing that the domain is not only, yes, it can be harmful if abused, but it can also be helpful when abused. I'm only giving you these answers for the factor of I'd rather not see you fail your first. And secondly, if one of the wardens is violent, one of the options they could take is not in your best interest.
Besides, the plan always was to gather more evidence. We never planned on doing it with only this level.
Of course. Nevertheless, I will say you at least have made your claim enough in the regards of there is somebody else who has a domain and uses it. A ruler, no less. While he is not meant to be a ruler, he is still a ruler by definition and title. So, I think it technically would pass, at least by my standard. But the only factor I will ask is, what does that do in the regards of if they were willing to go against a warning to prevent contact, that they won't just go and do the same routine again? If a warning like this was already done, then another, why should a third?
Well, obviously, as I am not the accused party, I cannot say what they will do and feel directly. However, they care deeply for their child. Very, very deeply. As long as it, I think, is made well and truly clear what they can and can't do, and as long as it does not interfere with them seeing their child, I have no doubt that they are willing to behave and make good, as long as their child is kept in the picture.
And if they don't, do they serve the same ends meet that is of destiny? I am destiny. I've been spending too much of the time with my child. Thank you, Virtues. I hope your kidney explodes.
Which one?
Whichever pisses you off more. If worse comes to worse and they still disobey, do they deserve the same fate that is of unity and freedom?
I would not say so. But they could have simply revoked the privileges of the child. After all, it is the defining incident for why all of this have started. I see no reason why they wouldn't behave and why it wouldn't be effective measures to get them in line with said child. But if they do disobey the rules again, well, you said it yourself. Mortals are made to live and die. It might be apt to do away with that bloodline.
You do make fair points in that regard. Though, would it not be better then to at least make the counter-argument and counter-proposal of just executing the child? Remove the cause. Return to her domain only if her child is removed with it.
Do you truly think that she would ever behave herself if her child was simply killed?
Either she has to behave, or she just goes dormant again.
Consider this. Malicious compliance. She might go back to her domain, but who knows what she might get up to behind closed doors in retaliation. Why anger her for no reason and then put her back when you have an effective means to keep her docile and complacent? Give her what she wants, and she'll behave and do what she's told.
That goes against precedence.
I think that would be a proper wager then. If you're making a statement and you seem to have proven the fact that she had only done it in desperate means, at least by my standards, then as long as her child is alive and she can see them, she's happy, correct?
Yes.
So she was allowed limited access of her domain and limited visitation until proven proper, and work towards proper control over both. Would that be a fair compromise?
I believe so.
Then I believe we can at least compromise on that end of the appealment. By the way, don't always look so lazy.
You were sitting down this entire time. What do you mean
can,
me
it's
lazy?
my domain.
I wouldn't be sitting down for this, you know that. Either way, you gave me the chair.
Ultimately, it depends on how much the person who's currently judging is a dick, which will change
It's
the
good.
outlook.
I now know what I need to look for and to update minutes on.
I've given you as much information as I can. You will still need to find more on your own about how the trials work, but that should at least get you guys a foot in the door, so to speak.
Of course.
Confirms many of my theories, so I appreciate it
And
greatly.
as for figuring out, well, the best play is to be as neutral.
You're my dismissed.
I don't. Do we need to dismiss?
You might want to dismiss because I
Hey,
do
it's
have
me.
to go pick up somebody.
Someday I wish to ask
Understood.
something of you, but
I have things to
till
talk
next
to
time
you
I can
later,
summon you
but,
and
you
ask
know,
proper
for a later
questions.
time.
Of course. Well then, I look forward to seeing our next game.
Of course. Then you're dismissed for now, Destiny.
Farewell then.
Anyways, I'm gonna stop this meeting adjourned because I do have to go pick up.
Of course, I need to go talk to some people.
Anyway.
And I feel bad for always being hard to access when I'm meant to help.
Since it seems I'll be going first out of all of us
I need to see.
start off with
You'll know where to
simple
find
facts
me,
and
but I
logic.
must go find
And,
Fluffy.
Ooh, my audio just full cut out there. Ooh.
Changing how we pitch things.
Yeah, it does seem like these judges have different personalities. And
It seems like one will
outlook.
respond better
Winter.
to cold facts and logic. It seems like one will respond better to emotion.
Quite
Yes.
honestly,
Do you mind if I speak with you for a second?
sounds we have heard
Sure.
represent the two different judges. The gavel and the guillotine.
Yeah. One is calling for.
You hadn't known, but the reason why I wanted to avoid the use of Serial is because of how hidden she is. We're trying to keep her that way for her own life.
I see, I didn't know that.
That's why I attempted to interrupt it. I knew you didn't know. I'd never passed that on to you.
One probably believes everyone deserves a failed trial, and one probably goes to the old man of well, they can't.
I mean,
I thought
hopefully
I
that was
did,
only
but
Destiny. So.
she made the
No, you
connection at the
haven't.
end, which worries me, but it's more... Yes, it is only Destiny, which worries me less, but...
Only time will tell. He needs to work on the argument a little bit, but you know.
At least keeping her out of any arguments in the future is something I would like.
On top of
forever in
Yes,
life.
I plan on doing so. Besides, I did not initially plan to bring her up at all, because she's technically a bad example, considering she is a, well, domain holder of one of the accused.
Yes, which would imply instead precedence. But, yes,
But she
that's
is
why I
also
wanted to bring it up at the end.
I'm also a little glad Silas wasn't here for this, as it might be best to keep him out of dealings with Isolde in the future.
Maybe. He
Considering
did not
to be-
seem like he was taking it well.
No. But, to be honest, the best argument is to, well, kill Silas, as that would technically resolve the crime, but as
One thought I had,
I do.
is it possible to revoke his portion of her domain without killing him? He could live without it.
Possibly, but that would be a last-ditch thing to bring up, so it seems the best way we're going to have to handle him being around is using him as a, well, hostage against oracles. So long as she behaves, nothing happens to him.
Yes, there's that, but if it does come into the argument again of killing, I believe it should be brought up, is it possible to remove it, which gets rid of the problem, without killing the mortal?
We should probably... I'll take the time to learn if it's possible for a person to have their domain removed without killing them, because we might look like fools presenting that in front of the judge, and that might only hurt our argument more if it's impossible.
It's going to be about image, and it's going to be about structure of facts. We need to look like we know what we're talking about, and that we have everything we need in a solid case. I disagree heavily with everything Nue said. Everything they said about emotional appeals.
Yeah. It, again, depends on the judge. Obviously, if it's a one that seems to be more swayed by emotion, then obviously some emotional arguments can be put into it, but if it's run only by facts and logic, going emotional first could hurt the case.
Yes, especially because there's no appeal here. You can't appeal to common emotional ties. We're talking with a being that we have no perspective on.
Yes. And to be honest, with all of this was quite a bit embarrassing going first, as I had, quite frankly, nothing prepared, as I had not prepared to be doing a trial today.
No, the performance itself was... I expected it to be difficult, and I expected it to initially fail. It's actually more useful that it did than if it succeeded. I wanted to see how strict the arguments were going to be, how they wanted this to be set up, how do they want to define things. That's what I was looking for. This was primarily, it sets and frames our minds for finding the information we want.
We do also, yes, we do have a lot clearer and better information to gain, and we have more avenues we should look down upon for evidence.
Yes,
in general,
I
not just in this
also
case.
will bring up as a warning of something that was brought up before you got here. Specifically, I believe Nue is far too trusting of everything they're told that's related to stars.
Yes, we discussed this before.
Yes, I brought up the fact that the sharpening of metal sounds we hear, I believe it has a different meaning than the slam of a gavel. They brought up the fact that it seems Chibella was actually near physically warned against something that they were saying before by the slam of the gavel. They took it to mean that the timeline was being moved up. I'm still uncertain whether or not there is a timeline. Or whether or not that is... I personally don't believe it's a timeline, which I've spoken of this, but a timeline of when that star might be executed. I think it's more of a physical warning to us mortals. I believe that's what, especially with the gavel slam, is. It's not anything to do with the star. It's a warning directly to them to shut up.
The gavel is a warning to us. The sharpening is a warning to them.
They fought me on this, and then spoke that they took the testimony of one of the Forgotten Stars there as gospel of what it means, I don't see any reason why one of the Forgotten would know exactly what it means. Especially because none have been executed. Then they fought me further and projected their own problems onto me of saying I was using emotional arguments and I should be more rational.
Speaking of with testimony, this actually makes me wonder, I shouldn't actually ask off for the timeline. I feel like if anyone would be aware of when he was born, it'd be them, and I'm sure they're aware of when they were warned.
Finding the actual time of the warning may be difficult. We don't know who issued that warning either. We speak of that they were warned. By who?
Sorry, the voice is killing me. What?
No, I was more murmuring to myself as actual thoughts, but they said they were warned. By who? Who decided this warning?
Probably fate, but we should also know that.
We need to know more about everything that happened. Who said what, and when was it said?
Especially if they're going to have faulty testimony, we need to be ready to dissect and dismember that testimony with our own.
Especially because, and this is only a thought I just had, we will also be working potentially not off of the absolute truth, but on the Warden's interpretation of events. One of avenue we may be able to take is by proving that what the Warden has been told is wrong. If we can find a hole to exploit, we can throw doubt upon the entire thing. But if we need to do that, we need actual proof, not just testimony. Not what Nue was trying to suppose. The sacred text or whatever that they write in, whatever it is, that does not count. That is their own testimony just written down. We need actual proof, which is independent documents. There's a problem with that, though. Silence.
We have to get silence on our side.
And I don't think that's going to be possible. They are very hard aligned.
Based on what was brought up last week, maybe not. They seem to be forced from their position. If we can maybe grant them a bit of leeway, an inch, possibly they might be willing to give us some.
Maybe. But I need to go continue forming team for the hunt before they go. So we can revisit this talk later, but those are at least my initial thoughts.
Sure. But we should revisit this later.
And therefore the things it is capable of doing, and by proxy me, are much greater than it should be or are safe to. Welcome back. So trying to make a cut makes a slash.
Have you gotten the rest of the team together?
I've not had the opportunity. No, there was something I had to deal with. I'm going to get them now.
Okay. I was just wondering.
If they agree, I'll come tell you who they all are.
Alright, sounds good. Thank you.
Oh, Nue, you aggravate me.
Oh, I'm sure there's plenty of options.
Sir,
Yes.
do you have time to spare for a spar today or no?
Not at the current moment. There are things I need to take care of, but I may have time for a spar later in the evening.
I see.
Giovanni.
Yes, I'm resting a bit from
Giovanni.
sustained from one of the
You have a moment.
Sorry. Spas, I suppose, but
Of course. How can I help you? Is everything alright?
Yes, I actually have an offer.
Oh, sure.
Uranus.
In a moment.
Okay.
I hope everything's well there, friend. We don't really get to have pleasantries too often.
I'd say everything's moving well enough.
How can I help you?
Currently, it's a matter of putting out fire after fire, but case in point. I have an opening on my team going into a hunt in Mithens. Specifically, I think you might have background helping with that, and I'd like you on my team.
Alright, I know that I was already invited and that my slot was apparently already set in, but I don't
good.
remember being
You
put
already
on the
know.
team, so
I'm the one taking it.
I'd love to. I've grown a lot with a lot of the hunters in the areas, and I've seen plenty of the monsters that travel through there. I was a nomad for a long time, so understanding what's where and what they do is greatly important. So I was really excited if it was a dragon or a wyvern or if it was one of the fanged beasts, or there's so many. Either way, I'd be glad to help.
I think your counsel will be invaluable.
With the weapon that I'm getting crafted and the training that I've already been putting in, I should be good and ready.
You're getting a weapon crafted. How soon?
I've never actually gotten to wield an actual weapon myself. I've always used my fists, and the beasts that I've fought haven't been the huge monsters that we might be hunting. It's always been smaller, decent of size. But many of the books that I have old stories of the hunters that were there, so I'm getting a hammer made. It's one of the larger ones, two-handed. I've seen some of them wield it, where they use them to discombobulate and knock the monsters down, so I thought it'd be good for me. A good beginner weapon to get myself trained. I've tried to spar people here, but everybody has weapons, and it's kind of tough when all you've got your 1-2s.
I can empathize with you there. It was the primary reason I had gotten myself a sword in the first place, considering how everything likes to rush past my magic and try and attack me directly. But how soon do you think your weapon can be completed?
Should be ready within the next coming days.
Perfect. I believe we're going to do this hunt next week.
Understood.
However much practice you can get with that weapon will be also invaluable.
I'll make sure to take as much as I can. For the time being, I went ahead and just punched a rock till I was able to break it down enough, and I just tied it to the stick.
That should be good enough practice then. I should also ask, I know you're a Valkyrie, and I know that you have, I've seen your spells and actions and support. How can you do with healing?
Well, my healing works not like others, where the magic essentially mixes together with the mana to accentuate the healing naturally within the body, and sometimes unnaturally. Mine basically tantalizes along the muscles, naturally going through the nerves to help create a bolster, to make it where if other people heal you, they can't overdo it. But if no one else heals you, your body's natural healing is almost doubled. So it's able to help basically bolster some people's natural healing. But
That should work.
I'm also trained to be able to do traditional as well. So basically I'll be able to rap and tap, make sure everyone's gone ahead and properly taken care of, and then use the electricity itself to go ahead and keep them properly mended. I should be able to keep everybody in the fight.
Good to hear. At least for the primary squad I'll be building we'll be focusing heavily on skirmishing, offense, and trying to barrage them as much as possible. I think your hammer will help with that. Additionally, I think you are the only one capable of healing on our entire squad.
Definitely. Depending on the monster that we're fighting, the tactics you're talking about sound more like military tactics, which might not work extremely well against what kind of creature we may be going up against. They said it may be a wyvern or a dragon, so it's definitely a winged creature, one that's able to fly and maneuver itself. If it's one of the ones that I'm thinking of, they're going to be mostly sticking to the skies, which is really good about disorienting most squad formations. If it's one of the wyverns I'm thinking of, it could be a variety of them. Many that have wings and are technically flying, but can be bestial more in nature, which would mean that it'd be doing a lot of barraging of its own right. A lot of the larger creatures, they've learned their lands, they know survivability better than anything. So in other words, the best way to focus on fighting a lot of them is just accentuating what your role is, whether you are defensive, offensive, or supportive healer, and work around the monster. Working against it puts you on the back foot unless you are one of the professionals who are the hunters that have fought them for years and centuries. If you're not, working with the creature itself, almost like a fluent dance, is one of the best ways to make sure that you can tire out the monster. And once it's exhausted, that's when you strike. Never when it's enraged.
I was right to take you. At the current moment, yes, we're basing them more on military structure, but because we have so little details about what we're properly hunting. At least right now, we've separated into 3 squads, each with a different focus. One is going to be more general, all-rounded, capable of everything and responding to situations quickly. I am taking the dedicated, I guess, harm-dealing damage squad. We're focusing on causing as much damage as possible in as short of time and in as many different ways. That is our focus, and then we will adapt with the other 2 squads in the moment, focusing on our role. I usually try to plan flexibility into everything I do because of the fact we run on very little information when we're doing these.
You always are. Best thing to do is once we get there, we need to check and understand the location that we're at. I know we're going to be within the Phalanx, but consistency within the Phalanx is non-existent. So the first thing is to better understand the environment that we're in. If it's somewhere that's cold, if it's somewhere that's warm, if it's somewhere that's more covered with trees, more rocks. These are the kind of things that could help us figure out what kind of creature we're going up against. And then once we see it, we need to watch it first. Getting a better understanding of what it's doing naturally can help us figure out ways of attacking it. Depending on if its wings are its weak point, or if its head could be a hard point. These are really important things to understand its ecology, because if you don't understand where the monster comes from, you'll never be able to understand how to fight it. It's one of the best ways that we survived being nomads. You knew the lands. The moment you lost the lands, dead.
When I get more information about what we're hunting and where it is specifically in Mittens, I will pass that along with you. See what counsel I can get from you.
If needed, I think it would actually be almost invaluable if you'd be willing to send a small number of us ahead of time. We could possibly do some scouting, watch the creature, give us a little bit of time to actually see what they're at. And then once everyone arrives, we arrive back, meet in the middle, and be able to give you all the information you're looking for.
I believe there should be those capable of that. I at least know auras capable of moving around hidden. Could get us eyes there.
You want to be careful though. Many monsters have all different kinds of senses. I've seen it before. People use magics to actually hide themselves, and the monsters can still find a way to either sniff them out, hear them out, or feel them out. It's all about naturally disguising yourself around the terrain itself.
I can at least bring it up to Sayori about the potential of trying to do this and get information ahead of time, especially because as the days come closer, I will be pushing harder to get more information. I'm willing to run off of no information, but not as we get to the last final days.
Understood. Well, if we do get there and we don't have the information, we take it slow, we make sure to watch the monster itself, and once we have enough information, move into strike.
I think throughout this entire mission, I would regularly like you to speak up with your council, even if I've not directly asked for it.
I will do my best to respect the... Pro was teaching me about this. I will do my best to respect the status and rank of those around me, but if the situation seems misguided, I will do my best to include my words.
If you believe that I am making an incorrect call and it's going to endanger the lives of those around, provided we are not in a current combat situation, I invite you to challenge me.
Okay, intimidating challenge, but I'm willing to take it.
If you think I am making an incorrect call me out on it. I will give you my justification for it. You can give me the justification of why you think it's incorrect, and we can move on from there.
Okay. I will.
My overall focus of this is not pride, but success.
Understood. The only thing that I would add is these lands are more than just rock and dirt. There's a philosophy, rules that most hunters go by. When I was a kid, I always dreamt of being a hunter one day, so I learned them to make sure that when I was an adult, maybe one day I could. I'll never kill a person, or at least I'll do my best to never take life from people, but when it comes to monsters destroying the ecosystem, sometimes there's just not an option. So, there's a philosophy behind it. Respect, so to say. For instance, no desecrating the body. When the monster's been killed, it's dead. There's no point in butchering it further. You gather what you need. If you need the parts, if you need the bones, the skin, the teeth, whatever you need, gather it. But if you don't need it, leave it to the lands to overtake. Butchering the monsters can sometimes leave behind remnants that other monsters might find as challenge. It could disrupt the ecosystem as a whole, which would then send the Phalans into a whole rough. It's why people who go there to hunt normally are either restricted or sometimes straight up kicked out or banned. There's a love and respect to be given. These monsters are huge, they're dangerous, but they're also sometimes living embodiments of the world around us. If you don't give respect to the world, it won't give the respect back to you. I would just ask that once we take down this monster, we respect it for what it was.
That is the overall culture of the area we are hunting in. And yes, I see no reason not to. And I will additionally command if I see...
land, but
at least these rules do sound familiar to me. At least I went on a single hunt up in Ontario. And I recall hearing something about the same lines as this.
These hunters aren't just from the Phalans. From at least what I've heard, they travel everywhere. People who go by barely any names, normally just titles given by the armor that they wear, but they hunt these large monsters so that way the villages and towns can be safe, the ecosystem can be preserved. Sometimes monsters get displaced. It's a lot, but it's something that I've always had a lot of envy and respect for. So, we're gonna hunt this monster. I think we should do it right.
I agree. I'll make sure to command against it if I see any desecration.
Alright. Well,
I still need to gather.
Join you.
Good. I'll see you there then. We will be meeting sometime during the week, so I can gather you all and you can get to know the faces of your fellow teammates and how you will all be interacting with each other. I see you primarily being up against and directly with whatever dragon it is that we're fighting. We will have enough people, I believe, that you should be able to back away if you need a moment to breathe. But you, along with 2 others, will be... I would use the word frontline, but it's more up against it. Close range. And then pulling away, primarily when you have someone to treat.
I'll be honest with you, I thank you for that, and I'll do my best to take it if the time comes, but anytime I've had to face up against a beast to help keep someone safe, I've always made sure that through pain, misery, and bites alone, I keep braced and I keep fighting until the creature has at least been repelled or has been put down. I refuse to let other people fall into danger if I can do anything about it.
With that attitude, I'm actually more surprised you aren't a Centurion. Or Vanguard.
I wanted to be Vanguard because, I wanted to be Valkyrie because, well, when I was a child, I killed a couple of flowers with my lightning by accident, and it, silly as it sounds, it left a mark on me. I've learned to live with my lightning. I've learned to strengthen it and empower it, but I don't want to use it to kill. I don't want to use it to destroy. I want to use it to heal. And I figured having someone who's strong and capable would be good on Valkyrie. That way, if people need to be moved, escorted, protected, and Centurion or Vanguard is not there, I can heal and protect.
I'll try and incorporate that into how we plan to do this team, but let me gather the other members first. I don't want people going to bed before I've asked them this.
Go right ahead. I'll be here for the rest of the day.
Good to hear.
You need me for anything else for the time being?
Not currently. I'll leave you to what you were doing.
All right, I'll make sure I'm ready for you.
Before you go, I just want to say you're a very menacing orc. But I want you to know I'm sorry.
Try not to preoccupied that I want to speak to you about the hunt.
When you walk over.
Yes, let me just gather the last of my team members.
Okay, I thought you were already finished, so apologies.
No, I've been putting out fires all day.
I don't know. I would like to talk after them when you are done assembling.
That works.
Careful, the crazy old man's not the strongest.
Yes, it is.
Apparently so, yeah. It's just like I saw
Luke,
him stand up with a weird.
You busy?
Bag of just. Oh.
Not particularly, but.
This will take but a moment.
This one is Kovash.
An offer.
The cavalry in charge is Irin,
I feel like this will take more than a month.
Depends on how many questions you have.
I'm quite a curious guy.
I've noticed. I will be going on a hunt next week. I'd like to bring you onto my squad.
What type of hunt?
Dragon, Mithans.
What type of dragon?
Don't know. They haven't given me that information yet. Currently, on my team I have Pearl, Giovanni, and myself. Along with Zara.
What's the... Sorry, I'm not... What's the team composition you're trying to reach here?
Mostly offensive. Quick, fast, and able to deal lots of damage in lots of different ways. However, it still needs a protector, a centurion. I'm using this primarily as a way to also give the New Year's a moment to gain experience for themselves, which is why my team is going to be composed of nothing but, to maximize how many I can bring. your primary function will be, along with attacking, is going to be defending some of the others.
When you have the time,
Hello.
I would assume you're in a private conversation. I would like to talk to you.
I can talk with you after.
Yes, of course.
How long can I wait to make my decisions? Because I'm gonna be honest. I'm not certain I will do that well as you might think in this team composition.
What's your major concern?
Well, my major concern is the combination of me working alongside someone super energized and someone that sets himself on fire while being quite vulnerable to fire, and also being on the front line. Since they're more frontline combatants, you'll be more aerial, and Pearl is more of a backliner. If I have to protect, I would have to run in between some people that are quite active and quite moving around, I suppose, in comparison to you, who would be in the air, and Pearl, who would be quite docile in nature and more safe from afar. I'm not quite the offensive in terms of my abilities. I wouldn't be able to protect Zara at all, since me having to jump in front of an attack might mean I get hit with hers instead, since it's more somewhat large scale, and she does quite literally set herself on fire.
No, those are valid concerns.
I feel like this is just an overexertion waiting to happen.
No, you bring up valid concerns. It's
That's
currently
why my
the way
first
it may
question
be.
is, what is the team composition?
Which I answered.
Yes. But hence why I asked that.
Yes. No, you bring up valid concerns that I can't immediately dismiss or answer. Can you, primarily, instead of focusing on defending all of the others, can you use your light shields to attempt to create cover?
I can certainly do that.
I think the way I was going to intend to use you in the team composition would be wrong. You are correct in that. I think instead a proper way to use you for this team would be to create cover. How long do you think you could make it last?
I can, each individual shield I can make last roughly 5 to 10 seconds, but I can create as many as you want.
Okay. Primarily with us, we are also going to have Giovanni, who is going to be our primary healer. He is also going to need cover.
Quick question.
Yes.
You are aware that this healing only boosts your natural recovery, right? Which for you entails a lot, but for me it means that instead of being in the clinic for 6 weeks, I'll be in the clinic for 4 to 5 weeks.
Yes, as I've now been informed. Which, primarily, there are going to be 2 other squads. I don't believe they've made their full selection yet. But we will may need to pull on some of them for healing as well.
Yes, because I do not wish to be too negative, but if I'm bleeding out, I do not think Giovanni with his magic would be able to close my wounds.
No, you bring up a valid concern. I'm at least convinced you might be right.
I'm alleviated to hear that.
You'll have to repeat what you just said.
I'm alleviated to hear that. Happy to hear that.
Elated.
Common isn't my first language.
Ah.
What? I mean, if there's gonna be other squads, I feel like No, that would be difficult. Because my thought is if there's gonna be other squads, we can make groups depending on which people we bring along, but if you're in charge of one squad, that means that won't be the case.
No, I think you're right. You brought up good concerns. I'm at least convinced this needs more thought. I'd been focused on trying to build a team that would get a lot of the new years more experience.
Well, I think, I'm gonna be honest, I think Zara and Giovanni would be good alongside each other. And me, I'm honestly good in any team. Not to toot my own horn, I'm a quite flexible type of person. Unless it's an aerial team, which will not be a problem for me within further into this month. But I've been learning a couple things.
Ah.
Yes. But I do think that Giovanni and Zara are a good combination, and you and Pearl is a good combination. Me as a villain is always a solid choice.
I may put you as a recommendation for one of the other squads because I know they haven't fully picked theirs themselves yet. Depending on, they may have a completely different composition. I believe they may either focused on more general or defensive. You may find a better place there.
Understood. Understood.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask of me?
How are you feeling lately? Have you had any flare-ups? In mana?
Flare-ups? No. I haven't.
Understood.
Why do you ask?
Would you like explanation? Well, say, if I told you that, you know how when I look at you, I get almost blinded?
Yes. You've at least told me that
last
before.
Time I checked. This last time I checked around, which, apologies, this is something I do because I can always see it. You're less blinding and more distorting. I can't quite explain it. You're distorting my vision, almost. It's really weird looking at you.
That almost sounds closer to what I look like to Star Charm Sight.
Well, I suppose my side and Star's charm side are quite similar.
Yes, I'm aware yours is different.
I do perceive myself as quite unique compared to the others. Other jackalopes.
Suppose I should ask, so you believe that I am infected from this?
Well, it could be something completely else, but I thought I might ask. I know there are certain other people that are infected, still light traces.
There are, but some of the ones I know I can't confirm.
Would you like me to confirm?
No, that won't be necessary. I know them.
Understood. Because there are some ones I know, and if I know it, I can confirm it 100%. So I can quite literally see it.
Hmm. We can revisit this talk at another time. I want to make sure that I can properly give your recommendation to the last team.
Understood. Take the time. We can have the difficult talks another time.
Another time.
But if there's always other people out there, Xander. And we're starting new, aren't we?
The other thing I want to bring up.
Sir, just to let you know, in expectation that you're still busy with your talks, we just switched out, so you don't have to worry about the spar anymore.
That works. I may like a spar after all this. I'm still not done.
Okay.
I do not know if I can answer.
Okay.
Yes.
May I just borrow you for a quick moment? There is something I want to check with you.
I'm going to list out the description of an individual.
Sure. Gives me some time to think. I'm making a change to what we had previously discussed.
Yes, a little bit. Let us fly into the forest a little bit, because a little bit of a private matter.
Hmm.
Once again, sorry for pulling you away when you were about to go to a spar.
No, it wasn't a spar. I was pushing that off into the future. I was actually going to go ask Rain to join my squad. Lou brought up some good points when I went to go recruit him for it, in that, given that he has better idea of his abilities, he did not see the team composition that I was laying out working as well as I did. Eventually, after he explained his points, I agreed with him. I'd like to recommend him potentially for what Sabriel's squad is going to form to be, but I was going to take Rain
Sabriel have already
instead.
complete theirs.
I was going to go select Rain because I've now been informed that Giovanni's healing, it may not be the same type of healing that I had originally thought it would be, which means our squad does not have a full healer. So, with Rain's ability to gift regeneration, along with his own offensive capabilities and his cavalry skills, I think he'd be good, especially if, as unlikely as it is, I am taken out.
I see. That's good at least to know that you plan to make those changes. Though that was not really why I pulled you aside.
No, you sound... Apologies, I have been stressed. You sound either excited or more like you're worried about something.
I won't lie, I'm a little bit concerned. Yes, one of my personal projects have I've just seen an interesting phenomenon. Though that's not really what I need you for. I was wondering if You might recognize what this might be. Holds out what looks to be 2 shards of a trinket.
Where did you find these?
That's not what's important. I'm just curious if you know what this is.
Well, currently, it could be just the broken shards of a trinket, or that could be a star charm. But I suppose the question, and part of why I think you're actually worried about it, is something happened when you held them, didn't it?
It's an odd feeling, to say the least.
When you held one of the parts of the shard, did you see the world turn into almost outlines? Did you see the way you perceive the world change? Did you get odd feelings or visions of other places?
Not really a vision, per se. But it feels strange. It feels comforting, but
Like it was meant to be in your
it's a
hand?
little bit lost.
Does it feel like it's meant to be in your hand?
I suppose. To some aspect. It's almost like the one that I actually do care a little bit about in this world is constantly praising me. When
Hold it out
holding
for
it.
me one more time. I think I may have a way to check. You're going to see him actually pull out the charm. And it's going to be circular. And it has the depiction, it's made of white and has the depiction of an almost swirling face used with black lines. Hey.
What, Stinky?
Hi. Aura is showing me 2 shards of a trinket she has. I'm using my charm to see what I see on it.
I have to get back to you on that because I'm doing a main story conversation right now.
Okay. I'll get answers for you on that in a second. The charm told me they're busy. But should be able to ask them again shortly.
I see. Though I figure I might as well try to ask you, considering I do recall last time when some strange trinket came up, you almost bolted straight towards it.
Yes. I could feel it, even from afar, and I was familiar with star charms by that point. I had known from the first time I had saw it that it was mine.
Though I will admit I have currently mixed feelings about that thing. One part
I
of
would
me,
imagine.
I will admit,
I'm surprised you still have it, knowing that it is directly related to the stars.
circumstances.
Your ruler?
I have circumstances which, unfortunately, I cannot ignore it fully as much as I wish, or pulverize it that I so feel the urge to do.
I guess if you don't want to speak on the circumstances of why you can't destroy it, or why you can't, well, ignore it, or how you obtained it, I can at least show you how to use it.
No.
Upon finishing putting them together, it'll return back to its full strength. From that point, you should be able to squeeze it. Upon doing so, you'll find something overlaid in your vision. You'll be able to see the influence of the stars, strings and swirls of their colors. You can see physical signs of those they claim or those they have influence towards. Though I would recommend, if you do plan on finishing that and using that, it can be very overwhelming.
I see. To think that that spell would lead me to that thing.
Is it the same spell you showed me before? The one you used?
Surprisingly, no. I tried to use that spell originally, though it seems I have unconsciously been using another spell, which I'm not even sure of its origin.
A spell you don't remember learning?
So to speak, or maybe it's just pure coincidence, as I was attempting to use the previous spell. Though clearly it's not the previous spell I ended up using.
Almost like your mana was acting on its own.
Not really per se. It's rather I allowed it to act on its own. I actually decided to use the spell without being the one in control. View it like letting a leaf follow the wind approach.
In that case, you... In that case, the spell may be leading you towards something off of the direction of a star. They often have a hand in things you can't readily explain. And I would not be surprised.
I see. I had a feeling those things would be getting involved. Also, do me also a favor, Aaron. Don't tell anyone about this.
I can keep it secret, if that's what you so wish. I have no reason or incentive to spread this information. But if you do complete it, I would like to be there. I've seen effects come from completing these types of things. And oftentimes they give insight into other areas of the world.
Yeah, I already seen one thing that's scary about this world. Actually, a question here, Aaron. Have you ever seen an element die?
You're going to have to be more specific. Do you mean like a world vein?
Not a vein. Element itself. For example, if the light were to suddenly be dying and decaying. As an example.
No, as far as I know, that's never even happened. What brings this up?
I think you can put 2 and 2 together.
Well, actually, I take that back. I've at least heard of light actually succeeding in killing dark, and dark killing light. Of one consuming the other. Except that was in a prophecy of 3 different paths. Supposedly, we're not on either of those. But as for the details of seeing them die, no.
Okay, so I was probably the first to ever witness such a thing. Lovely.
I would actually recommend, if you're talking about... If it truly is something like that, I would bring that story to Silverlance. I know he's seen something equally as disastrous. He'd rather I not tell too many, so I won't go into many details, but he can tell you himself.
I see. Though I have heard that he's currently mentally unstable.
A lot has happened, and I don't believe he is truly doing all right. There's been revelations about his birth, which has called a good portion of his life into question. So.
Such as? Oh, apologies. That's also me digging too deep.
Yes, that is the most I'm willing to tell you.
Yeah. It's good that you're not even telling me. It just... I hate sometimes my black curiosity. When it comes to knowledge... I suppose it's one of our flaws. As demons.
It's the flaw of many a creature. Demons have it particularly bad. But I know several that suffer for their curiosity.
Yeah. Once again, also I apologize how I pulled you aside like this, though. At least you know you're starting to a small grasp of the gravity.
No, I do not mind. Especially if I can help you with some sort of information or guidance.
I still find it so ironic. Everything started when I just used a spell for guidance.
That is typically how it goes. You ask for guidance, and then you are guided. But it's never somewhere you expected to be guided to, or how you expected to be guided to there at all.
Certainly, I was not expecting to, well, walk in the footsteps of the past.
Yes.
And I mean that almost in a literal sense.
No, I may not understand exactly what you mean, but I've at least felt similarly.
Actually, when you say you felt similar, has it then been like you literally, step by step, going in the exact footsteps, like you're watching yourself from behind?
No, but something different. Have you ever made a decision and then wondered whether or not it was you that made that decision? Have you ever made a choice just to find out it wasn't you at all?
That's kind of a little bit where I'm feeling right now.
And that is where I think we feel similar.
As a matter of fact, I'm questioning myself like, did I break this thing? Or did something else break it? I wouldn't be surprised if I broke it. It seems like something I would do.
I say, at least in the context you're speaking of, I've never literally walked in.
Apologies, Blitz was haunting me.
I was saying that at least in the context you're speaking of, I've never near literally walked into my own steps, at least in a way I could recognize. I'm, at least from what you're describing, some of your memories may have been taken, if that truly was you and you don't remember it. If it was even the past.
There's not much it could be at this point, considering... At first, I was unsure whose footstep it was, though my dear Voidling enlightened me. Like, apparently I'm not wrong, though I'm not right either. It was someone else. And what does that leave? If it's
Previous
not someone
you.
else, though... Correct.
It wasn't you, but it was the you from before. Something happened. Do you remember being born? Growing up? You're talking, you're not speaking.
Apologies. From what I can at least recall. Spawned from the flames, then being brought to Wyvern to serve Zephyr.
Hi, so in regards
That's
to
what my life
the
has
little
been.
trinket she has,
And which
it's not, it's similar to when you look at like Winter Charm as an example, or any like Star
Hold on, make
Charm.
sure I'm
It has a
talking.
similar like outline, but not exact. And there seems to be another purpose that's connecting solely to Aura.
At least as far as I can tell through it, and from what it also said, it's not a star charm exactly. It's something else, but it's more reminiscent of you than anything else.
Now that's intriguing. I guess I don't have a reason to pulverize you.
No, but I suppose now I am a little more, I guess, concerned at this point. about what happens when you put that together, especially if it was a path that you don't remember walking. And I think you may have some more questions for Zephyr.
Well, I talk at least with Zephyr on a regular basis. It's not hard for me to talk to him. Matter of fact, I believe if I really wanted to, I could probably speak to him at this very second. I would spare your ears.
Thank you. I would guess that you discovered something. Memories were taken, but I've never seen it. No, I can't say I've never seen it this bad. I don't think it's everything. I think it's something the current you... Insanity's here. I think...
I've seen them for a long time.
I think it was still you, but it was an event, something you did or something you found that you can no longer remember. And it's trying to guide you back to that. And this, I won't use the word star, but this artifact may have some tie to it. Maybe it's time for you to remember.
That's concerning.
Yes.
Aaron, I'm potentially willing to tell you what I'm not telling. So you can potentially help me with this. However, if I do so, I would require you to swear that you will not let that slide to anyone else.
You would have me promise.
Yes, considering the levels of danger this is. And I will make an exception that you could potentially even speak about this with the ones that I have already involved in this project. So you're not fully restricted, though.
Are they also under Earths?
Essentially. In some capacity. I know they won't speak about it unless I give them permission.
Give me some time to think. This isn't a decision I can just make lightly.
Yes, though you will understand why I rather have that precaution with the full context, trust me.
I do. I do trust you. I'll get back to you. Still need to finish forming my team.
Yeah, we have work to attend to. You have at least confirmed what I needed from you, or from the get-go. So thank you, at least for that.
You're welcome.
Who knows, maybe this new little tidbit of actually walking in the past, to some extent. maybe I can do the same to find whatever family you're looking in Wyvern.
Hopefully. I haven't found any details on them, but I've at least found offshoots of my family that are living in Yonchi. Even if they no longer wear the Pelham name. I imagine they've probably done the same in Wyvern. They are no longer Pelhams, but I'd at least like to know them.
Yeah, I see. Almost like how I'm almost, to some extent, curious about the one that, well, dead in Pandora. I know apparently one of the ancestors is buried in Pandora for some reason.
Where?
Last time I heard about this, apparently in a Queen's Garden.
Oh.
Or something of that nature.
Oh. Your ancestor had direct ties to Kristen.
Potentially.
Wouldn't have expected that.
Neither do I. I'm half questioning if they were a traitor or not, though. Hard for me to judge.
I don't think they
I
are.
didn't really know them.
They probably... They may even have been a Lunari. One of Kristen's personal guards, as explanation.
I was gonna say, if you think they're other than a yokai, then I would be severely disappointed, because that would mean that they are tainted.
No, I don't mean, when I say ties to Kristen, I mean ties as in knew her and worked with her, not familiar or mana or blood.
I see.
But eventually we will most likely go to at least somewhere around there. I have no doubt the cult is in Pandora.
I have no doubt either. Also, I suspect them to be in a Wyvern, considering the medical wards have mana-drained patients. Can't really be much else.
Are they growing in number?
Same as it was during previous incursion. It's not really been ramping up, though. It's there.
They may be one of the ones we go to next, but we need them to start becoming active so we can see where they are. Otherwise, they hide like rats.
Yes, and I will admit, I have such a naive little desire when it comes to that. It's quite simple. If possible, I would like us to take that one alive. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. If they can be taken alive, at least Zephyr's wish can be fulfilled.
Seth's wish.
I mean, I asked them about what they would like me to do about them. And if possible, for them to face proper judgment. Not a straight-up execution.
It'll ultimately end up on them, at least with the previous one. We had no choice with the Israeli in general. It was either we died or they died. And with the Neptunian general, they made the decision for us. And took their own life.
Yeah. And there's one other thing I wish to do when it comes to that general. I just wish to ask them a simple question. Why? Why are they doing this?
I have no doubt you will get your opportunity. With a question like that, you can ask
dead or
that.
alive.
You could ask that before we even fight.
Indeed.
Well, at least we were able to talk to the Israeli one. I was able to distract him with the conversation so he couldn't see destroying the teleporter. And then when you destroyed the last one available in that locked area...
I won't lie, that was a little bit of a sweet moment. He was so close, yet his own footstep triggered the sigil. How tragic.
That's ironic. I hadn't even known that.
Yes, I was so kind to put up the sigil right in front of the only path to get to that thing.
And then he himself removed all chance of escape.
I suppose he should watch where he walked.
He thought I was always in control, and he's smug and sadistic. He wasn't paying attention. He thought he already knew everything.
Clearly didn't.
Yes, but I have still others I need to talk to before the day is out.
Yes, and I have other conversation to get to, potentially even using the bloody familiar room for once. Avoiding have questions to be answered.
Good speaking with you, Aura. Said good speaking with you, Aura.
Get the fuck down here!
Yeah, they want to talk to you.
Why?
You're going to explain to me how the fuck you were talking about last time with my husband. I think you owe me that much.
Fine. What specifically do you want to know?
Why the fuck is he in Serenity?
From what I understand is he was going to meet with my uncle. However, from what I know, he never made it to Serenity.
What was he going to fix?
I'm unsure what his skills were, but from what my uncle has told me, my cousin can't speak. They've been looking into specialists. No. Her throat came out wrong when she was born.
Did he know what would happen?
No. I don't think he could have. As far as I know. Your husband never made it to Serenity.
Are you giving your word on that?
I'm telling you the truth, yes. I have no reason to lie to you.
I can teach you to read.
I want you to tell me whatever the fuck is going on over there. When you hear an update about any of his shit.
If I hear anything about your husband, yes.
Where are the reading glasses in the library where you can read?
Good.
I have no reason to withhold anything from you, Miss Ripley.
Not many have that ideology. They like withholding information that could help others for their own gain and security. Not knowing the damage it could be doing to others. So as long as we have that understanding, then I have no quarrels with you. Or your uncle.
We do.
Good. Do you need anything? You were coming over here.
I was looking for another angel named Rain. More seeing if he was in this group. Yes.
No. Last I saw him was a training area because he was saying he was going to heal him next time he fights.
Just threatening me. For a joke.
Hmm.
Thank you, very nice.
Aaron, if you're still looking for Rain, I know where he is.
You do?
Yes. Inside the main area.
Ah.
Talking with the cube. I mean, Nomi.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of cringe.
Are you serious?
Right over here. We can go get you something real
Do you know where Rain is?
I don't know.
He
just went to his.
room.
Yeah, he's going to rest for the night, like maybe 5 minutes ago.
I'll have to catch him another time then.
It was important.
I had something I wanted to ask him. But it can wait till tomorrow.
Visiting later. Sure.
It's at least one down.
Yes. Oh, by the way, news.
Yes.
There is a topic I believed you asked me to update you on when things like that occur, and the ball is starting to move in that regard.
Is it about...
There's a lot more known information. I've been doing my job. I went there myself to verify it. As it would turn out, well, in my regard at least, she is alive, which is good. Father, not so lucky. As it would turn out, she watched him, in his last fight. And the only reason I know this is because I had to sit and watch her, very violently murder the man who took my father's life away. So yeah, she watched. So, kind of digesting that as we speak.
Not an easy thing to digest, but at least the man responsible for it is dead.
Yes. It is the only relief I have of the situation. I've made plans with Cora's mother in relation to the pit and everything in relation to them. They're going to be getting people out, and there are plans to permanently deal and end that establishment that I will be directly involved with.
Good. That is good to hear.
I would have burnt it to the ground by now. However, there was too many innocent people there that I did not want to, well, catch in the literal and proverbial crossfire, I suppose. I thought they were resting for the night. Is your opportunity to speak with them?
I have something to ask you.
When I was going to my room, and you said you were looking for me.
Yes. As for what you were saying.
I'll update you. I can update you further later. But, you know.
It's good to hear. And I'm glad that is happening. It won't undo the damage that was caused, but can at least stop further pain.
It will not happen again. That is for sure.
And once she's out, you can have your time with her.
I will.
Hey there, you two.
Well, again, I'll do my best no matter the emotional state I'm in to be, I suppose the word is ethical.
That's all I ask. Those that deserve to burn should burn.
Yes. There's something the matter, Fizzy.
What?
I brought you a snack.
I'd love to talk to you for a moment.
Sure.
I will catch you both later.
Don't worry about me trying to find you earlier. It was the spar thing with Exaliel.
Speak to you later, Nomi. That's fine.
Naturally.
I still have...
Find me later if you'd like.
I would like a spar or something after all this. I still have 3 more conversations to get through.
My body was slowly dying on me, so I was about to turn in.
This will be quick. Next week, going on a hunt to Mithens. I'd like to bring you along, both as my second in command, and primarily for your offense abilities, and the fact that you can gift regeneration. I'm bringing primarily New Year's along in order to gain them experience. Should I fall for any reason, you would have the most experience in the squad and be the second in command cavalry.
Really add on the pressure immediately, but I mean, I get it.
I have no doubt you'll meet it. I have full confidence in your abilities and your judgment.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm willing, but I'd like to know the specifics of the hunt if you can get that to me sooner than later.
I know the environment will be Mithens. Specific environment in Mithens, I do not know at this point. I know we'll be hunting a dragon. What type of dragon? I do not know. That is information I'm going to be pushing Sayori on as we get closer and closer. Currently, you are going to be joining a team of me, Pearl, Zara, and Giovanni. While Giovanni has healing, his form of healing is forcing the body to help, well, regenerate. It's actually quite similar to yours, but it uses lightning rather than dipping into our angelic qualities. I'm thinking that's not enough healing. So I'd like to pull on your abilities, along with the fact that the entire team is focused around speed and offense, which fits your skills, along with the fact that I trust you with being my second in command should I fall. At least to keep the rest of them from dying. It'll be a week from now. At some point during the week, I want to gather all of you so we can go over how I plan for each of you to fight and how you can be flexible outside of that.
Okay. That works with me.
Perfect. I knew you were going to get some rest. That's all I wanted to ask you, whether you wanted to join or not.
Yeah, that's no problem. Fortunately, I got caught before I went and got too comfortable or anything. But also, you're not dying anytime soon, don't even try.
I have no attempt to. But
I do think Violet was waiting for you.
he was. Though he had asked me before I'd already been trying to find you. It's been a day.
Yeah, I didn't see you for most of the day, so that's fair.
I've been running from conversation to conversation. Luckily, Violin's on my IQ, I suppose, but...
Alright. Well, I'll get you some spars over the week as well.
Get some rest. I would like to get some spars.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Violin.
Very well balanced in them, but I think that's because they are.
Violin.
It is not like I'm being forced in this position. They are my.
They are your feet. Fair enough.
Excuse me.
What?
I would like to talk to you about stuff regarding familiar and unfamiliar things.
Come with me. What is it you'd like to ask?
I have recently visited Yanchi again, and while visiting, I went to visit my mother, and I was concerned about a few things regarding her, as well as what she had done for Silverlands, as well as her past relations with Serenity. What I wanted to talk to you first is that she had given me instructions if Silverlands ever does his medical concerns flare up again, I was instructed to
Hold them close, and if their eyes fill with light, to look into them in your own.
Yes. Yes.
I'd heard about it, yes, earlier. About the instructions you were given.
Yes. She has given me a gift. When it ever does come to pass that I would need to use this power, I would like it so that everyone that would try to help Silverlands or any other person that is infected to take them away. They are doing more harm than good, as what my mother has instructed.
They will infect themselves. And worst yet, the infected may kill them depending on how bad of a flare-up it is. At least, that's what I've surmised thus far.
Yes, that is what I was instructed. One such case is that of Andraste's. She has shown arrogance, and it comes from a place of concern, but it is also that of danger.
It's
She has
misguided and it's
endangered
dangerous and it's risky.
Yes. She has put my mother in danger. I am concerned about her actions in the future. I would like for you to watch her when the time comes. See to it that her actions will not harm anyone. And I will do I will do what my gift has told me to do. What my mother has. I only need the help.
I'll see to it. As far as things have been happening, I am the foremost voice when it comes to the infection.
Yes, of course.
And if it does come to that, I will call for you to come forward and for the others to leave. Or to at least back up.
Yes. I will have peace of mind if you do that.
Yes, and
Thank you.
this will probably come better, at least from me. But I am at least sorry I was not fully able to stop Destiny knows of your mother now. It's not nearly as bad as it would be if Reds were to discover. But she has remained out of sight, and I wanted to keep it that way. But I was too slow to interrupt it. I wasn't expecting her to be brought up.
Yes. The main concern is the Crimson Enemy.
I think right now they can't see your mother, and that's what keeps her safe.
Yes. That is what she has told me as well. If this Crimson Enemy, well, I already know this is, if they ever do locate my mother, she will be hunted down. She cannot hide again after she has been spotted. She has been found.
I know.
That is my main concern.
It is mine as well. We are aligned that I wish to keep your mother safe.
Yes. I asked her what her past was, what had happened, for her to receive such ruin, to put her in that state. And she had told me her story, at least a part of it. She took the fall for her family, for your brother, and for your father.
Yes. You did.
You had told me you weren't there, yes. But your brother, my father, was. He was there, calling out her name as iron was used to cut her wings. Her punishment for a crime that she did not commit. Her only crime being she loved your family too much. Our family.
Yes. That is true.
She could not bear to see his love, her love, get hurt. So she made the sacrifice. I want to clear her name.
I know. I want to clear it as well. As does Maris. He's desperately tried to clear her name again and again and again, and her family won't even see him. They won't even entertain the idea. They reject all of his appeals. I want to find the information to be able to bring up the case again. Get her to come to Serenity. She could come back, and you could come to Serenity. And they could marry.
I did not tell her about what you had told me. About your brother's marriage. I could not bear to see her pain more.
She's already expecting it. It was one of the first things she asked me when we originally talked. She asked me if he had other suitors yet, or if he was married. It's a matter of time. when the case is brought back up, when we have proof. There's a good chance that I plan to bring it up, and I plan to bring it to the appeal, and I want to get it overturned, and I'm decently sure I will most likely die shortly after.
You know my mother would not want that.
I know.
Neither would your brother.
The sheer fact of bringing it up already brings too much attention. The case was rigged. That's why they don't want to hear it. There was no justice there. And it brings up history that was intentionally forgotten.
What is forgotten shall be remembered.
Yes.
This folly of a trial. We shall bring out justice. But not at the cost of your life.
No, it's not the trial that will kill me. Even if I succeed, it'll be having to reveal everything I know. In which my father will kill me.
Irenaeus. Madame Laura wishes to speak to you in the divination room. I was informed to fetch you. Are you having an important conversation that needs to be done?
I am.
I will be with you to the end.
I can be there in a moment.
Alright, I will inform her of such then. Good tidings to you both then.
Everything's far too comfortable speaking behind my ear. I can bring it up as conversation for another time, but did she tell you what exactly you took the fall for?
No. Not yet.
There are multiple parts to this. One wrong move will have families killed.
Yes.
I can tell you is that my brother, your father, he is innocent. And he punishes himself far more than he needs to.
I see.
There was
He's going to open
crimson
up the
threads.
locket that.
There were crimson threads on one of the judges. It was biased from the start.
The Crimson Enemy.
Yes. I'll talk to you more about it later.
Yes.
Uh-oh, I think is the right word.
I have the sneakiest suspicion
Hello?
that it will not just be him, unless he went further in comparison to.
How would that interact with me? In regards to that promise earlier, it's no longer required. I have already gotten the insurance I need. So we can speak semi-plainly this time around.
It's a very concerning way for you to start this.
Either case, you were curious about this little trinket of mine, right?
I am, yes.
Would you like to do a slight experiment?
You mean on putting it together? Yes. I'm also confused on what you mean you have insurance on me.
Not on you. The thing I feared.
Ah.
I know no one in the Vandiles can prevent. Make that fear come true now. That choice lies with me.
Ah.
You might as well.
The insurance that he's speaking about is simply the factor that the trinket is loyal to only one user, while one use of it is capable of being used by others. The factor of it being used to brute force or unlock something will not work unless she doesn't. So she is not worried about a certain fox forcing through things. And if she herself does not want to have it unlocked, the key will not work. But if she wants to, then it will.
Unlocked. Is that a key?
Think for a moment.
Do you have a key to one of the doors?
That's not all.
You have a key to one of the doors, most likely whatever nation is, or at least the door that's hidden under Wyvern. What do you mean that's not all?
It has many purposes. One like yours.
So it's
the
not
insurance she wanted
just...
to make sure that the key function couldn't have been used. But unless she wants it, and she does it, it will not unlock unless those conditions are met. The other function it holds is similar to, well, I think you can guess their S.
You understand why I was so concerned about that now?
I do, yes. I've never seen one before, but all I know is the stories that Sayori told of the one that she held. But even then, I only ever heard it had the function of opening. Yours at least sounds multifunctional and almost more like a star charm.
Yet it's not.
But it's not. It's not related
And not only
to...
does it allow me to open it, it also allows me to close it.
Why is the key tied to you? And only you? Are you from beyond the door?
What did I miss? I disassociated.
They're asking if I'm from the other side of the door.
I'm confused on why you're acting as, for lack of a better term, jailer.
Jailer?
Who else controls whether or not something is locked or unlocked?
Well, the reason why I'm so happy about this is now I know that certain someones won't open it in the wrong way and destroy the Vandals in the process.
That's why you were so worried.
The doors can be unlocked. That is correct.
But if you open them too early, it has disastrous consequences across the Vandals as a whole. Especially because you'd be opening up an entirely new world Vanavane. Which means it'd be creating, well, one is already in there, just waiting to be woken up, but a new ruler.
Imagine it like a cup under a waterfall. Brute force your way into suddenly introducing it. You break the glass, and you cut everything that's around it. But gradually incorporate it. Let it slowly fill up instead. Less mess.
Needs to be integrated rather than just being thrown into the Vandals, but the question is why wasn't there to begin with? Why lock it behind a door? Whatever nation this is. Why lock this mana type away?
Presumably. You may answer this. Because, after all, we should work as one, not against each other all the time.
The doors were not always closed. Some were opened originally. Not all of them, but some of them. However, there were certain events that triggered a response. And when a certain guardian that held that title, or as my madam puts it, a light, once they got snuffed out, it would have meant they were rampant, unmonitored.
I'm noticing a theme, at least across the Vandals as a whole. The stars are arbiters of their domains, restricting it and controlling it because leaving it unmitigated is disastrous. The rulers are arbiters and controllers of their element because leaving it unmitigated is disastrous. Why would it be any different for these nations? You're not speaking.
Indeed.
There you go.
Hence why I'm so happy I have this.
Have you put it
I
together
already
yet?
know some people. I can't put together, I don't have all the pieces.
It's missing too. I gave her the suggestion of finding a guide to help her. At least guarantee one of them.
I know
And y'all.
Rika is around. And I know they activate, at least for their particular one, on just having them hold yours. And she can most likely tell you where the other two pieces are. She's not the only one, but... Have you at least put together the
No,
pieces
I-
you showed me?
A matter of fact, I'm about to. Another fact is, I was recommended that we should have our connect.
I would have recommended the other one, but they're not up and about. They're voidlings around.
The other one?
They're talking about Winter. The...
Yet you brought this one up when we talked about Angel.
Yes, I would have suggested. I didn't suggest it because they weren't around. I could feel their voidling moving around.
You wanted
It
to
is what I
let
didn't
our
suggest.
charms come into contact with each other.
Could you please repeat that?
I was asking if you wanted our charms to come into contact with each other.
Do you think that's a wise idea? Or do you think there might be a negative reaction?
In this area, it's a little foreign to me. But I don't imagine it'd be bad.
Isn't that what you were asking for? Or were you asking for me, particular, to come into contact with it? I'm confused about your meaning.
Well, this key or charm or whatever you want to call it, and yours. That's what I was referring to.
In Solarin, Ian is going to ask the charm whether or not this is a really bad idea.
Not inherently bad. Not exactly. Not that I would say.
And to you, that sounded like cathedral bells.
Another ancient language holder, I see. We're really starting to gather them all up, aren't we?
It took some time, but I learned a language of light, Solarin. But first, put it together, and then I guess we'll see what will happen.
Give me 1 second. I need to grab water if I'm going to explain this because my throat fucking hurts.
I guess grab a seat.
Water.
Okay, lazy fuck.
All right.
I suppose. If I have to act as the jailer of this vein, I will.
Especially, it sounds like you're being trusted with a significant responsibility.
Like I said, there's a reason why I originally had. Like I said earlier, there was a reason why I almost wanted you to swear on it. To let you in on all the details.
I presume
But I knew
still.
that it was involving one of them.
I presume still you don't want me to mention this. That you even have the
Preferably
capability.
not. Preferably not, though. Even if they try to force me, they can't.
Well, yes. I personally also have no stake whatsoever in opening the doors. I have nothing I need from any of the nations beyond.
Yet you should concern yourself still a bit about them. After all, would that brute-forced Serenian door destroy Serenity?
No, but I'm not worried about the Serenity Door. From what I had heard, even finding it is incredibly difficult. It's apparently hidden in plain sight. It's passed thousands of times a day, and no one knows it's there. Which makes me think that you might actually need a charm to see it at all.
Potentially.
Or
And there might be another, as me and them was just discussing, there might be others like me.
it may have a jailer. Yes. Which we do need to come with a better term, but I've heard about far too many wardens. And how would you prefer arbiter?
That works. Better than a jailer. It's not like I'm watching over a literal jail.
Yes. At least my logic behind that was, well, you are locking and unlocking.
So I suppose this also means if I open it up, I might at some point need to close it. If it is rampant.
Potentially,
Or to keep
yes.
that safe. It's a two-way street after all. One thing can be dangerous from the outside, whilst another can be dangerous from the inside. That's just an assumption. So let's see how this works. That one should go like that, I believe.
Oh. And for God, Irin is holding King Soul.
Oh, that won't matter. Don't worry.
Oh,
I already apologize to
wonderful.
Misty in advance right now. I feel terrible for what I'm about to do. But I also don't. So, Misty.
Shoot.
My friend. Somebody I adore.
Yes.
So while you're putting this together, for a split second, your heart is going to beat and then go into such a level of calm. It feels as if you're back home and everything's just perfectly right. Not a single thing out of place, not a single thing that's frustrating you. It is just absolute bliss. You've never felt this calm and collected before. Like everything is just perfect by your design. And then you're going to see around the room, it's going to, actually, technically both of you would see it. The entire room's going to fill like it is made of stones. You know this place very well, Misty. You're back to where you put the runes. You see the craters in the wall. You see outlines of items that are all over the place. Things that are long since just hidden. They seem more clearly to you. You see almost like outlines around them when it seems like there are certain ones that are outlined just for you, just like how your trinket was. And it's rapidly decaying, rapidly firing itself down. as you've not completed the full connection, so it's still shaking. But there would be the outline into the stone walls, almost like there's a door. You see it, you know where it is. For Aaron, it just seems like there's a multitude of stones. It seems like an abandoned, like...
I guess it's not just Aaron
chasm.
now.
Technically those two as well, but I think they're too much in their whimsy.
Leave them be.
Letting the white boys catch a vibe.
Dude, you were just born today. You are not old enough for this
Absolute
conversation. Get out of here. Go.
Come on. Stop being so morbidly obese, you fat
So,
fuck. Put me down.
as for Aaron's vision, you're going to see almost, it feels like an abandoned stoneway. There's like holes carved out into the walls, row by row by row. You see like there's rubble, there's things there, but you can't fully tell the details. When you're trying to get a sense of the mana, it feels weird. It's not there, but it's there. And much like how Aura's already used to it, the air feels like it's dead. Like it's as if you left a door closed for so many years, and when you reopen the room again, it's just all that dead air.
The air
and
is
it
stuffy.
feels cold. Yep.
What does the mana look like?
The which part?
You're talking about the mana. What does it look like?
It feels like it's there, but it's not. You see like outlines of it's supposed to be there, but there's nothing. At the beginning entrance to get into this place, it seems like there's the wind mana veins that you're used to. But it just cuts off, getting closer and closer into the room you guys are in. And Aaron, when you're looking at Aura, you're going to see flickers of multicolors in her eyes for a second before it settles back into her normal vision. And her skin seems to have almost like silver marks onto her palms. An absolute neutrality. And for both your visions, as or Misty, you would see kind of like the shadows, and your voidling would give you the vision to see it yourself. Behind you will seem almost kind of like a scale of judgment. And it'll tilt side to side before stabilizing as it declares you the judge. The only one who can decide how this key is used. Absolute loyalty. And once that is gone, everything will slowly return back to campus. And Misty, you will see silver symbols on your hand. I will send you them later. And they would fade as everything dials down. And I'm gonna send you in DMs, Misty, a quick picture when you look at Aaron, okay?
Okay.
Let me grab that for you, bestie.
Do you recognize the room?
Oh, of course I do. I've been here so many times, after all.
I at least
There
don't.
you go, Misty. It's in
It
your
just
hands.
looked like stone
I
and
need
craters.
to make a broadcast to campus real quick, so give me a second.
Hi, hello everyone. This is your local head DM of the RP, giving you all a quick note so if you can quick RP pause just to hear it out. In the next few seconds, the entire ground around you is going to turn grayscale, almost like a heartbeat, before pulsing outwards and everything starts turning to normal. Any heightened emotions go from severely high to immediate calm. Everyone's put at a level of neutral before it settles out in, give or take, 1 to 2 minutes. You can play it as you please. You may respond as you see fit. Have fun!
At least I could draw it for you later, but I could at least see. You had multiple colors in your eyes. I could see a scale behind you.
And you are like a bright sun, I will say.
Oh,
Oh well.
but you do get that sight.
Don't worry.
Stop squeezing it.
Oh.
The sight should fade if it works like any of ours.
Very intriguing.
Need God to answer that question. Especially because I assume.
Being bombarded.
Apologies, repeat one more time. I'm so sorry.
I told her to stop squeezing the key and that the sight of me should fade.
No, it stays there for a bit, but once you blink a few times, it'll go away.
I guess. Let me.
It's not going.
Oh. What exactly do you see?
To put it simply, you're radiating mana more than what I would expect possible. More like a sun, if anything.
Hey, so I don't mean to alarm you guys, but well, I actually don't feel like I can be alarmed right now. I don't know what's happening, but something happened. Did that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it happened outside too.
Oh.
Everything turned gray for a second.
Everything.
What happened? Yeah, and now I feel like weird,
And
but
now
I feel like less weird
there's-
as time is going on.
Probably going to be a lot of students coming here. Just letting you guys know.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, people would assume that would be like God shit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't.
Okay. Nothing to be concerned about then, or?
No, it should fade. I think.
Okay.
Divination, I'm guessing.
No. Nothing close to that. Think of it more like the shards.
Oh. Shards of.
Oh.
That I am.
I think I have an inkling, and okay. Yep.
Also, it's not mine to tell.
Nice. In a cloth underneath my bed.
Personal then.
It's up to Aura.
There's no need for the entirety of the campus here.
Unfortunately,
Well, considering how
this is what I was
seems to affect
saying.
the entirety of the
Because it
campus.
happened everywhere, it's most likely gonna. Yeah, it's gonna
Wait,
alarm people.
how did you all know to come here?
By whatever happened.
Because when stuff like that happens, usually it's resulting in the stars.
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, if it's
In any in any
I'm
case,
going
guys,
yeah.
all I'm going to say is that it's something
Let's go.
personal.
Let's go.
So it's all
Let's
good.
get out of here. It's personal shit. Let's go.
Causes the world
Thank
of
you,
them
guys.
expects us not to ask questions. Ooh.
Thank you, Menace. That was really okay.
I'd personally call that bitching.
Yes. Are you okay there?
I'm honestly perfectly alright. Thank you for your concern.
That's okay. Alright, I'll leave you two to it, and hopefully no one else comes in here now. Hopefully, people will.
They will.
Start to clear out.
Someone always misses the memo.
Good point.
I would have hoped they would have gone to Star Room of all the places. Yet
They
weren't
probably
here.
did first, and then checked. Yeah.
But Elwyn first came in here though, because I think Elwyn may have known you guys were in here in the first.
He had come in here earlier, so that doesn't surprise
There
me.
you go. Okay. In any case, I'll leave you guys to it. I'll be here if you need me.
That was only two.
This was yes.
2 pieces.
I have no idea what's gonna happen if we combined.
Does this happen for
the
all of the
remaining-
keys? What'd you say?
All 4.
Yes. All 4 pieces.
see.
I got multiple descriptions about what happened in the rest of campus. What actually happened?
It's weird to explain. Try imagining everyone being calm for 2 minutes. No matter what their emotion was.
I didn't feel any particular. I guess, force on my emotions, but I'm mostly calm.
Me too.
Then it wouldn't have affected you, but everyone else who had any other emotion felt it.
And then forced into neutrality.
Neutrality.
Except,
You said the item you have is in 4 pieces?
this has to be related to the stars.
4 pieces? What?
You said the item you had was in multiple pieces, correct?
Yes.
May I see?
It won't do you any good. I already know that for a fact. Though this is concerning to small extent, I suppose.
Wasn't expecting it to have so much of an effect.
Is this because I'm actually remaining neutral? That tend to affect just a select few?
I don't know.
Ugh.
I guess, is there a star here?
Fair.
Ah.
Well, whatever you have is definitely not... Not fully a charm, not fully a key, so...
I already know that.
Something else. I don't actually know what it is. Whatever it is, it's powerful.
Maybe we can call it an artifact.
I think just artifact is probably a good descriptor of it. It doesn't, as far as I could see, at least when I looked at it before, it wasn't related to any particular star. Which confuses me. Actually, since it was said by Destiny that they can't see.
Think what happens when the third piece comes into play. If this is just 2 pieces.
This is only 2 pieces, however, we know how to get the third, which is that you need to go speak with a guide. And you most likely will be continually badgered by questions from the others.
Yes, though, like I said, I will not use it for them. After all, what's the reason?
You are the Arbiter, which means... Well, actually, I don't know if Arbiter is the right word, considering the scales. Be more judge.
I would say
I
true
judge
neutral.
now.
I guess my question
We went
comes
from
for
jailer
neutral.
to arbiter and now
I
judge.
said jailer because of the fact it focused on walking.
And
The
then those I went there.
reason I say judge was because of the scales that I saw. Except if you are neutral between what exactly? Are we talking about
question.
between concepts? Good and evil? Are we talking about elements? Neutral between opposing pairs? The word is different in different contexts.
Also, you could have warned me that this would have such a large scale.
Wonder, is this truly outside of the stars?
So what exactly happened?
This is none of mine to tell.
Let's just say I put a small trinket together. And now, apparently I'm considered a judge? Or an arbiter? Or
Arbiter, or... Which I don't still know the connection or what exactly has decided that for you. But... I was at least able to notice a couple things. I can remember them well enough to sketch them and give you a depiction. Details will be important later.
The issue is now how to deal with the rest of this academy.
Unfortunately, that was very public. And just due to their own trained responses, they knew to come into one of these rooms.
At the very least, for once, it was not a star.
Certainly seemed like something star adjacent.
Yes, but as far as I can tell, this has no relation to any star at all.
Okay. That makes this thing a little more confusing.
Anyways, keep me informed. I need to watch the new familiars.
I've been seeing them running around.
Disturbing activities within the academy.
You're fine.
I have no intention of doing.
I'm fine.
Also, the fact that it affected every student? That's strange, isn't it?
Yeah, I was in my room and...
Actually, could you test something?
Hmm?
You still have it. Could you squeeze it while looking at Winter? He's not blinding, but I want to see what you see. Or know what you see.
I see. It's like staring into an abyss by itself.
That's different.
They described
It
me
is
as
very
looking into
dark.
the sun.
Hmm.
I think they're able to at least see Star Wars.
Yeah, they don't even have a body at this point. Just element.
What? That's...
You know what? Give me a moment. Right. Mm.
You don't see the body?
It's like, how to say it like this, your entire body is just an element.
No, that's
You're
different from our
literally
side.
like a walking sun. You are just pure darkness, almost incarnate. Not to mention all about all of that was leaking around you.
Some of it's
Say
the
again?
same.
Sorry, I was staring at you.
Not to mention like all of, well,
The cracks?
darkness seeping around you. Yeah.
Oh no. It's weird. Looking at her trinket under my charm, it looks kind of like a charm. It's
It looks
tethered
kind
to
of
her.
like a... Yeah, it's tethered only to her, yes.
Also, yeah, I saw that scale behind her.
Oh. Does it
Her
still...
aura is definitely changing. No, it was only there for a moment, but her aura is definitely changing.
I saw it when she originally put it together, but I thought it had faded, but it might appear for anyone with a star charm then that looks. Okay.
I was not expecting to all of a sudden become a judge.
I don't think any judge expects that.
Concerning implication.
True.
Especially because we don't know what... I wouldn't have thought it'd be about judging. Because I thought it would be more about being the arbiter. But... Hmm.
And the scary thought if it's also that others like me exist.
That was what I was just thinking of. That there may
scared
potentially
of
be
it
more
too.
of these. Especially the fact that that's not complete. You said what? There's 4 pieces?
Yeah, looks like.
It's definitely different to what
And that's only
we
the
have.
effect of it half being complete. So, who knows what effect it'll have when it's actually fully complete.
It may grow stronger with what it's already shown, or it may just exhibit a completely new functionality.
I won't lie, I would be way more concerned if you didn't tell me that it actually have absolute loyalty to me. That's a blessing, to say the least.
That's at least a shared quality amongst the star charms. They can only be
Voidling.
used.
What's your voidling's name?
Why don't you ask? I'm not
What's
to
your
give a
name?
Yes, after all.
Listen here, I'm horrible with naming. Hence why I'm willing. Quick RP pause. Apparently God has to go get their book. Good fucking luck.
How do you think I feel?
Okay, should I go have a smoke?
You know, I don't think these rooms are built for smoking.
Smoke B5.
Take 5. Get some water.
Yeah, I'll get some water.
Oh, where's my drink? I haven't drank anything I got in. Room temperature iced tea. God, my fucking hair keeps getting stuck in this tape. I'm gonna. Ooh.
Oh yeah, mine's been getting caught in my visor.
I'm just going to okay. This energy drink.
Oh, God, it's back. Alright, we're off for smoke break. Hold on. I have to go to work. That was me thinking ourselves. Anyway. We're not here. What song was that?
Song?
It sounded familiar. Swore. Could have sworn I've heard it before. Where do you learn it?
I'm kind of scared if we were to do that, considering we already saw what happened putting this together.
A bit. Or say what again, Aura?
They did earlier suggest that, well, I thought originally that they wanted me to connect my charm with Aaron's, though I'm not so sure, though they was meaning you actually, though now, if we were to do that, why do I get the feeling we're gonna have something way worse happen on the academy itself?
So?
Couldn't be worse than whatever happened when me and Aaron talked charms.
Are you sure? Did you
Yeah,
not
actually.
notice what just happened? In the entire
So,
campus, just me putting this together?
To give you an explanation, when we had our charms come into contact with each other, as far as I understand it, it gave a justification for the end of the Pandora Serenity War. And apparently it's regarded as a peace treaty.
Can you oil yourself and like stop squeaking?
What are you giggling about? What is it that you know that...
Why not? You're gonna be okay with
Irony
this?
about what?
I asked mine and it was fine but I don't know how Voidheart feels.
I may also say one thing, even if we were to
Voidheart,
even
you okay
attempt
with
this.
this? Connecting. Well, how do you feel about? I'm asking you because I wanted your opinion.
Aaron, I'm getting a horrible feeling about this. If you said you saw a scale,
Would it hurt
is
you?
this the equivalent of putting a weight onto the scale?
Promise.
It may be. It may be that something upon contact will be judged.
Right away, you mean...
As far as I know, my charm had no issues with it.
Understood. I'm assuming you mean Arenaeus? Garage. Okay. It should be safe.
What was it talking about with my charm?
Something, when these three came together one time, it was forced and it broke it more than it was before.
It's happened before?
Apparently.
So, let me just double check. We can typically talk to these things?
At least mine is sentient. Aaron is a sentient.
Mine speaks ancient light. His speaks
Mine
ancient
speaks
dark.
abyssal.
I imagine yours speaks the language that you were using before, if it does
It's
speak at
also
all.
broken, so it might not speak properly, at least currently. But
Though, from what I just heard, we should not put all three together.
at least not right now.
Especially not with yours still missing two pieces. If something might happen, I don't know if it can
It
withstand
actually
it.
implied it's safer with it missing two pieces if it's not at full potency.
When was the last time this could have happened?
This is a wise idea?
Oh, that actually reminds me of something. The charm won't tell me, but it's had other users other than the one we know of.
Actually,
It won't tell me who those are, though.
hey Siva, can you undeafen me for a moment?
Yeah, I got you, Misty.
We keep repeating the same things people did before.
It's funny you bring that up. That was a conversation I had with Aura today. As I keep hearing of how often I resemble her.
This can only go so well.
No, that's okay. We are about to test something.
Okay,
You ready?
I will say this. Whatever is gonna happen is probably... It feels that it's not gonna be a danger to me.
My art said it should be fine, so...
Okay.
Give me a second. Also, hi, Nick.
Something tells me that we should have changed rooms.
Probably.
open my other book because this is. God damn it.
Oh, another smoke break. Another smoke break. Hold on.
Take 5.
Take 5. I'm gonna take another sip.
I'm gonna eat my KFC.
Todd, I should kill you for less.
Why is this my fault?
You're the one that stated this fucking status of it being a fucking smoke break. You deserve
Smoke 5. Smoke them if you got them.
You smoke, you know what's gonna happen.
I don't even smoke. That's the funniest part.
Good, you better fucking not.
Oh, says you, alcoholic.
I'm not an alcoholic. The fuck?
You drink. Fuck you.
Oh, this water's delicious.
Bullshit.
This water's delicious, by the way.
Thanks for.
Let's go. How many world events in one day? How much of a calamity am I unleashing?
No, you want a world event? Right as you put them together, just King Soul.
And King Soul with the 3-pointer.
King Soul with the 3-pointer.
Let's see what happens when you place your charm on the scales.
Drinking my fucking water for my throat.
No, it's fine. I'm putting on over and over.
Over and over and over.
I'm listening, like the animatic I'm listening to.
Wait, are you?
No, you've already shown me.
Wait,
I just need the music.
like right now? Yeah. What are you listening to right now?
Over and over.
Oh my fucking god. Hey, you remember that conversation we had not even earlier today about repeating footsteps constantly? And we just keep repeating the past?
You, Steve, I started humming along with the void. Like, did anything happen when I started humming along?
I'm gonna DM whisper you in a minute. I'm taking a sip because my throat hurts. I've been talking all fucking day with no breaks. Sorry.
You poor thing.
Dude, it's hard to do Raina's voice, okay? It's really hard.
Also, now that we're out of character, I just want to say something. Raina, Ripley, are you fucking serious right now?
That was a request from Murphy to do for the Ripley part. Raina was because that's
Raina Ripley is literally in my town at the moment. I saw her the other day.
I just love the sheer fucking.
She'd be my one ask for a pass.
Huh?
Where's my music?
Again, morning, evening,
Miss, you want me to send? Oh wait, I can't because you're streaming your music too. Shit, never mind. I was gonna send it to you.
I'll go. Yeah, once we're done with this, I'll just listen to over and over on loop.
Siva, I will give you access to one of the playlists so you can mess around with it as you please.
Actually, do we want to wait just 2 minutes for it to be 2?
Yeah,
because the button can be pressed.
Oh, sure. I'll.
Yep, so
all right. Smoke break continuing.
Yeah, smoke break.
And yes, about RP break.
I love the sheer volume you put from fucking Raina being like, "Pelham!" And Aaron's like,
same energy whenever you piss me off all day. I use the same anger so that way I can get it.
I also love the part where you fucking as Raina lean over. Cause you'd never lie and hold back information that could impact a lot of people's lives. And Aaron's like, no, I wouldn't. He says actively.
People do.
Yeah, because that's what people do.
OC thing right there.
Yeah, no, it was. That was her calling me out and calling Aaron out for the fact he's lying.
Well, in character, Raina's been bullshit and fucked over so many times throughout her life. So she's just like, I know a liar when I see one, you bitch.
I've never lied in my life.
You lie through your fucking teeth, Angel.
Only for the betterment of others.
If lying was a sin, you'd have all your fucking wings
I only lie because I have to.
Listen, if you want to know anything, Misty, I want you to know, Misty, if you got a 90 or higher, or 95
I couldn't
or
find
higher,
I couldn't find a funnier way of saying break.
Oh, I also figured out what her charm does, but I can't know it in character. Okay.
Senior people, you just.
Anyway, what were you saying, Todd?
Yeah, before we fucking what her charm does. She's seeing our internals. That's why she sees Azraella. She's seeing our internal auras. The thing is, I can't know that in character. The fucking amount of evidence for me to even theorize that hasn't been reached. I just know it out of character. Because how do I ask? How many eyes do I have?
Yeah. Like her boiling would like, yes, put it together, and it's like, the world's goes grayscale. Everyone
Yeah,
goes
I didn't know whether that hit me in here, because I knew it hit like the rest of campus, but what about the room? So I was like, I don't know whether or not that affected me, but I'm just generally kind of chill, so no effect.
Even though I got affected by extent because I got my heartbeat and then it's like,
Yeah, you were forced into a calm. Everyone else was forced into a calm. I don't know where I was standing next to you, but not out in the rest of campus, but in this room. Was I hit by it or not? I don't know.
Listen here. You're standing in the eye of the storm. The most safest place in the storm.
Kidney.
Yeah, I need another kidney. Give me one.
Yeah, I also
my right
love.
kidney's only running
I
at
love
10%.
how. So this wasn't meant to be a fucking world event. Like, she does this. We see what happens. Like we ended it, and we all leave and continue on our session. We don't know about the world event going on because we're inside the room. We don't see what's outside the room. So you guys all come running in, and we're all like, hi. I'm basically, I didn't actually swear, but like I respect Aura enough. I'm not answering a single fucking question. You want answers? You go to her.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
I hope you know, Todd. I was like fucking around as fast and I'm like, oh, born to dilly dally, forced to lock in. Let me go play Winter.
Yeah, I mean that's basically what I heard. Is that the Voidling recommended you and then was like, grab the angel. And I was like, first of all, Voidling, fuck you.
Calm fucking everyone down because everyone was like,
everyone. So, quick thing here. If you would like to finish up in conversations, we are giving an additional 20 to 30 minutes here for the RP tonight.
Damn.
Holiday. What?
Yeah,
It
could go longer, but we will be pressing the button once it is over. So if you would like to go back in, go ahead and go back in.
Fucking literally earlier today, I got to have the conversation of you ever make a choice, but then you don't know if it was you.
Over and over.
Over and over and over and over.
And now I'm a judge?
Yeah.
Hey, Misty, what was that also about following someone else's like footsteps and just right behind someone else? And over and over and over and over.
Yeah, it's funny. No matter how far you go, there you are.
I guess you could say it's almost as if it's a cycle.
I need to get someone. Hey.
It's happening all over again, guys.
No, we don't use that in this house.
Okay, but no, you're right though.
Oh.
There are literally thousands of constant, there are constant cycles all throughout this RP. All of us are living in cycles.
Extra time. They're giving world events gonna happen. They're giving everyone extra time. A world event can happen.
Yeah, a world event is about to happen. Do I check a chain reaction of world events now?
Were you there?
Another world event. Just what you wanted.
Did you hear about what happened to Silas? Or
Yeah, I was
what
there
Silas
for
found
it.
out? Yeah, you were there for it? Yeah,
I met his mom.
Yeah, I was telling Elwyn and Andraste about Silas being the child of Orcomancy, getting fucking punted through time.
Yep. Dude's almost 300 years fucking old.
I met his mom.
Spiked an infant into a field
I spiked it.
Pain begged me not to.
We're talking about Silas.
Destiny begged me not to. Cried like a little bitch. And then I did another one. I went through them like fucking candy.
What the fuck ever?
What the fuck
You guys get
ever.
like an extra 2 minutes. I'm gonna go piss.
And then we kissed.
Okay.
And then we kiss.
Yeah, you piss queen.
I gotta go make fried chicken. I'll be back, chat.
Oh shit, for real?
And over and over
And over and over and over and over.
I knew this session would be trouble. I knew this session would be trouble.
You know what, actually, if we're going for another 10 to 20 minutes, if we're going for another, like, 20 to 30 minutes, I'm also gonna go piss myself.
Actually, yeah, pissing doesn't sound like a bad idea. I love bandwagons. Dude, bandwagons? Jumping onto bandwagons is like a top 10 activity.
It's 100% a piss break.
Yeah, jumping onto bandwagons is like a top 10 activity.
The information I got from Siva earlier about the things I found out during the week were already like in a panic internally this entire session. And it's like, okay, I just want some answer. I'm just gonna ask my voidling. I'm not doing Star Elder. I'm just asking my voidling. Okay, what is this? Can you explain this? Like, oh, you should put the pieces together.
I'm just gonna ask my voidling something real quick. It's not gonna be that bad, you know? It's fine. Anyway, voidling, what the fuck did you just fucking say?
Voidling, this little thing.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna be right back real quick as well. Hang on.
On my way, but what the fuck?
Yeah, they're all on their little break that you just did. So.
I was about to say, fuck you guys. On my way back, I had enough time waddling from downstairs back upstairs to go get a cupcake with white cream. I'm happy.
Oh, Selena, what the hell have you given me?
I figured it out.
Did you?
I know at least what she's seeing. I know that she's seeing our fucking internals.
My thing is definitely multifunction. How many functions
Eto, boy.
in this bloody thing?
I love joining.
What up? I'm a grown ass man.
Femboy behavior.
What the fuck?
That you will tell me that straight?
You're so lucky too you were streaming.
Three.
Like thought.
You know, I could.
There's even more functions I got informed about earlier.
Right now,
Yeah, I have no idea what you have, but it's like at the scale of World Charm, but it's not related to the World Charms at all. It's so fucking weird.
World Charm cousin.
Cousin.
I mean,
Charm. Planet
I mean,
Charm.
I am the one that decide like, hey, open or close this door.
I open the door, I close the door. I open the door, I close the door. Can you imagine just turning on and off the mana like that? Open the door, I close the door. I open the door, I close the door. Yeah.
This entire time, where knows where the actual door is.
Huh?
You know, God, while we are waiting for Alexia to finish pissing herself, you could tell me what happened when I whisper.
Hey. Hey, Mush. What if the doors are people?
You killed me. What's up?
What if the doors are people?
I thought you just like whacked his dick for a second. I'm so confused.
Boing.
1,000 years to make children? I think not, Solar Dweller.
Oh, if I'm lucky, I have 1,000-year lifespan. Every time Time has showed up and seen me, he gives me the fucking stink eye.
Be like Voltiel, make a bunch of children to pass on your problem to.
Oh, fuck, why didn't I think of that? I could lower my workload so much if I could just grow my own. I could just grow my own soldiers. Fuck you. Fuck, that's genius. Why didn't I think of that? Why don't I just grow my own soldiers?
Also, will it miss?
She's not even talked about
I wasn't originally gonna bring both of you into this, so I guess I'm now forced.
Again.
Thank you for the 20-30 minutes. Now I can
shake my hand. Won't you shake a
Hey.
poor citizen?
It all started because when I went to go use my charm on you, you could see what it looked like.
Oh, that's what you want. Okay, that's fine.
I now know what you meant.
Yeah, like, it was like,
Huh. I do recall also you, like, bolting after a hunt for, like, a trinket piece, and it's like,
okay,
what are
Mrs.
those?
Canhalfish.
Okay.
Yeah.
They
I'll
used
tell
to
you
be
what a
on the,
star charm is, but now that you've shown me what that is, I don't know if the fucking idea with it. Yeah.
Only the hand
Mm,
nepotism.
Also,
I
also know how it looks like.
Do you want tuna?
Yeah.
I want tuna.
Half of it.
Okay.
Tuna.
Wait, give me tuna. That way I can die. I mean, what?
No.
Huh?
Your honey will kill me.
No killing yourself.
Oh. Can I help you? Can I fucking help you?
I'm taking your sandwich so I can steal a piece.
I'm actually causing a world event.
Real quick.
Oh, I can't do that. I almost did some stupid shit. I can't do that. Nothing happened.
It's not you that's being locked in the room. Hi.
Honey, I just want to say I told you.
I love how literally the conversation,
I told you.
Misty. We literally started off with we want to keep this on the down low. We want to make sure not too many people know about this thing.
The world said otherwise.
Yeah, we said, yeah, we don't want a lot of people to know about this.
I gotta go.
And then we heard about the fucking grayscale pulse. And there was just, the thing is, we didn't see that in this room. They DM'd it, and we could hear the DMing it, but we didn't see it in the room. So we didn't know this happened. Until everyone came flooding in, and it was like, whoa, hey everyone, what's up?
What y'all doing here?
What you doing there? Like, you've been up to some star shit, haven't you?
I did not do star shenanigans. I did something else.
You did star-related shenanigans.
As far as I can tell, it's not related to a star, and as far... So here's the thing. I'm starting to wonder if there's a completely different power system for a different part of the world. Because we literally heard from Destiny today that they can't see Valorias.
Yeah.
Destiny can't see Valorias. Fate can't see Valorias. What the fuck could make a species that neither Destiny or Fate could see that they would approve? There's more shit we don't know about. There's more shit.
Pandora's box.
Hey.
Yeah. Fucking. Wait. So first of all, Pandora. Second of all, literally yes. It's a locked fucking door.
Opening Pandora's box and bringing all the ill wills to mankind. It's gonna be me.
No, we're bringing your neutrality to mankind.
What you eating there?
I ate two things while you were away.
You stuff your face with KFC.
We got
upstairs.
All right, we all good? Are we all good? We got like 15 minutes left.
Half of a tuna sandwich.
You gave like 25.
Jesus.
You gave like 25 minutes, and we've gone through like 10 of them.
Fuck up, white boy.
I'm pointing out a fucking fact.
Swallow faster.
Sit down, frat boy.
I mean, I don't know. In your position, I would just swallow faster. But that's just me.
What I was gonna say is that I told Chibi, at minimum, it's 2030. Until I finish her podcast, that's the hard set where I go press that fucking
Okay.
button.
Are you gonna do it where whatever
it's
world
one
event
person,
happens,
I
you're gonna
think
give them
everyone
about
else.
20 seconds to react and then we cut?
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. You know, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, make them suffer. Hurt them.
I've done it to you.
When?
There was a time that we went over 20 minutes, and then I was like, press this button anyways. I'm so sorry, holy shit.
Caught in 4K.
Beginning this conversation. Fucking the
Caught in 3 degrees of
theme
4K.
song, the Oblivion
Yeah.
song came on.
Oh, they're currently listening to over and over and over.
Action stations, people.
Action stations.
Who remembers what the fuck we were? Okay.
They were holding hands.
At least it's not doomed Yowie this time.
Yowie allegations beaten.
Are you a woman? Okay.
I hate it here.
Woman? What?
Sorry, I'm trying to swallow. Give me like 1 second.
Anyway, cards up and I have to go to work.
They call me. Fuck you. Alright, so as you press your charm against theirs, for a split second, the room's going to turn grayscale, even the stained glass losing its pigment. As Suki, also, you lost your orange. You're white. You're monochromatic.
Whitewashed.
Great.
I can't say that to Erin. Erin's already white. You're the only one colorful in this room.
True.
I'm immune to whitewashing.
I've been whitewashed.
So as everything starts to go grayscale into monochromatic, the room's going to split in half as one side's darker than the other. Sorry. And on the side where Irenaeus is going to stand 3 separate male figures with a female one towards the back, all of different, like, they are flipping through books of each of their own kind, some alchemical, some runic, and then even like one tinkering, just rinsing, repeating, walking and walking, continuing and continuing. On the side that Suki's at is a series of female figures that hold resemblance of some traits of Aura, some with like very long black hair, with their fingertips having more of the talons that Aura would have in her more Tengu form. One younger girl going through with like similar hair to what Aura has now, and flipping through a small book, just self-disciplined. And then there's one with going into white hair as she's going through her own book, and on the side she has a crystal ball in her hand, going back and forth. And it seems just over and over, they're just rinsing, repeating, where one dies, a new one steps up, one goes down, one comes back up. It's just rinsing, repeating. And for both of you two, our 2 Voidling holders, you're going to hear that same song that that Aura's Void Dweller was... Voidling. My bad, my fault. The Voidling was humming of just over and over, like almost like a carousel going back and forth, of just repeating and repeating. And they slowly start moving, circling around.
You're not the first to carry this. But all of them have been like you.
Trembling, like she's trying to keep the stable connection, but it's just fighting.
I'm unsure how wise this is to continue.
If it's you think it's unwise, don't.
So far, it's just showing us
Do you think it's
cycles.
unwise? Do we want to stop Aura?
I am unsure.
I'd say keep going.
On the side where Winter's forms are at, of all the different male figures and female figures that have gone through their lives, there will be red marks that cut different parts of their limbs, as if cutting them down. One at the head, one at the shoulder all the way down to their hip, one cutting off their entire midsection, cutting over their eyes. It's just repeating different injuries, different hunts, different targets. And on auras, it seems like there are targets on different parts of their body for her, the forms on her side. One at her heart, one at her head, one between her shoulder blades, but not quite killed. Almost as if they were in their own separate category. Protected, but still visible.
Winter. Void and chain. How many times?
And as Aura's side moves, the women just keep falling, coming back. They still hold traits like Aura, like it's different. They're all walking the same path, just following each other each time. Led by purpose, led by choice of their own to follow the one they see as higher than themselves. One starts to look to the side as if seeing a different path she could take, but it continues with purpose. And on the white-haired one, when it's her turn to go up, she gets a guillotine mark around her neck cut down. But the rest keep going. When it comes to Winterside, there seems to be one scientist coming around. He seems to be the end of the road. Or maybe the beginning of when it happened. Going through a book, smiling to the side as if talking to somebody who's not really there. All of his primary traits are hard to tell outside of the lab coat. When looking towards Aura's side, there seems to be a long black-haired woman with the similar hat that Aura wears. Her little cap in the front between her rings. As her wings slide down, going around her hips, 2 on her hips, 2 on her spine. Her legs more bird-like, almost avian, and going with more reddened scales where her talons would be. And she holds almost like swirling winds at her feet. And starting to wove it as if like strings around her hands, and then letting it loose and continuing her walk.
These are... these previous wielders.
Of the charm.
I think these are previous wielders of the charms. They at least just good evidence that yours is sentient.
We're not
Once
gonna
they're
take it
moved,
easy anyway.
all the silhouettes get, on Winterside, all cut down. The only difference is the scientist is cut down by white. And on Aura's side, they all just take a bow, like they're putting an end to their part of the scene, and disappear.
Like, cut down by white threads?
Mm-hmm.
I have a selfish request. Only if you're willing.
You also realize we're currently working with my broken. I am unsure.
Will it break?
If we're gonna do that, give it some time. Remember, we're working with a broken thing right now.
It was a recounting of the past. But was it specifically your past or past wielders?
I don't know.
You remember what I mentioned earlier? I was literally
Aaron.
following a different Me's footsteps.
So you
to find
former
this.
wielders of White Heart.
That's what I thought. But
And the one... Not...
I
not
thought you
all
were
of
the
them.
only.
Some of them.
I thought you were the only holder of Void Heart after Kristen.
Seems more had it before her.
Which is something similar to
you
what
think
my charm was
The
told me.
first one that had a Void Heart was... the first.
I think so. My charm won't tell me.
I am unsure. All I know, I have, without this thing, been able to trace at least one.
You were led to them. Which... that brings up a different idea of whether or not the artifact led you to it. Which means it was looking for you. At least sentient enough.
What?
I think you could speak with it.
I can say I was told that this potential ability was either something trying to help me or wanted to be helped.
Yeah. But it's
Like what?
It's like it's an outline of something, and I feel like I'm in my like a hard to explain. Like I feel calm. I feel at peace. I feel like I'm in my own kind of world. But I feel
Everything
like
is perfect for you?
I think so.
I felt the very same thing when I put it together. A perfect place. Everything tailor-made exactly how I wished it. Everything perfect, orderly. Nothing out of place.
But there is a silhouette of something wandering this room right now.
What does the silhouette look like?
I'm going to see if I leave this room, will it stay? Or is it just this room?
You can try that.
Very well.
You said, what were you doing when you felt that something was perfect?
It was just when I had pieced it together. The two pieces into one. I have a suspicion. She might be another holder.
Quite possibly.
Based off of her reaction alone, it's enough evidence I believe it. But... at least from what we saw, every single holder of either the artifact or the charms is always hunted.
Cut down eventually.
Yes. Except
Well-
you were cut down, the last one. It's cut down by White.
That wasn't me cut down by White.
No.
I do know. This also can warn me about dangers.
It was destiny. But There is no golden threads in here. There are golden threads outside there. Destiny is watching us, but I don't think they can protect us in here. So the golden threads are not reaching in here right now.
Good.
Why would they need to? At least right now.
As I will not partake in either of those sides.
Let me see what I can see more.
The one of red is being kept at bay by the one of gold, and the one of gold cannot enter here. Probably means that this is its own separate bubble.
Or the fact that they even want to. Which means we saw something we weren't supposed to. It's important to try and figure out what...
Maybe I have a feeling neither of them will like me.
Okay. I think I get it now. Yeah. I don't think any of the stars can hear us in here. I don't know if it's because of your charm, but nothing can hear us in here.
What?
I don't know if it's this room, if it's your charm. I don't know. I can't just determine it.
I
but-
wonder about something.
Do you have to think it's a mix of what happened before?
I'm trying to see if I get a reaction from an entity if I hum a certain song.
As I said,
perfect.
As I said, we still saw Destiny as a silhouette wandering around here, but they probably can't hear us or see us.
Except we've never seen it even been on a room before, which
Music to my ears.
I think it might have to do with the interactions of the charms.
So my antenna are glowing. I've never had that before. It's a weird feeling.
Aaron.
You're reacting to something, yes?
Even the first star couldn't hear us either.
What?
Are you okay?
They seem to have only been aware of me once I somewhat reached out to them with songs.
Absolutely perfect. What I'm hearing is just simply music to my ears. They cannot meddle. Oh.
Can push all of them out?
Remember, we don't know if it's because of your star charm or this room.
It's definitely not this room. There's
No.
no way this room is the cause. This is a familiar summoning room. There's no reason no entity should be able to see in here.
Is it a
It
familiar
has to be.
summoning room? I thought it was the divination room.
No.
Oh. I see.
Well, either way, neither of those rooms push any of them out until, at least in the heraldry room, when you summon a star and get brought, it pushes many of the others out, but...
Yes.
This is officially a blind zone for the time being. So anything may be spoken.
What? Can you move
this
it?
seemed really helpful for explaining the Forgotten Court.
Can you move it?
Oh my god, you're right.
Aura,
Yeah, are we able?
can you move it? Or is it only this room forever?
Elsewhere? Or
Is it around you?
Oh.
This may have just solved a good 80% of the issues.
So.
Yeah.
So if I'm not to observe this correctly, this is almost in the perfect order for a proper hearing. Though I can tell that someone else technically wishes to do it, though they are not.
Wait.
So to speak, a judge.
Oh. You're tapping into something forgotten, Court. That's the only place.
When you mentioned it, something. Try to watch. No, can't.
Yeah, I think I just saw something attempt to watch over you.
Let's
So
speak
for
clearly.
Sophie and for everyone else, whenever she looks off at that wall when she made that comment, her eyes look multicolored for a second before returning back to her normal eye color.
We disappeared from them.
If we're gonna talk in a sense, if this entire thing about you mentioning about a judge, then it might be the equivalent of, well, now there's a judge listening to what the case may be.
I think you are tapping into a star. A star that is pushing all of the others out. But why?
True, we could try that to see if this follows me or not.
Well, the sheer fact is that you had...
Just follows you.
The sheer fact is that you had the judge scales behind you. And we heard literally earlier about how the others couldn't get in.
Spirit, so to speak. One of the same kin.
This is the artifact of one of the wardens?
I understand now.
They only half complete. I'm still baffled at
your
that.
Own.
Which means it would be even stronger.
Honestly.
Misty, can you tell me what you see?
It was blank, unfortunately.
No, that's good for you.
If they start too much, I will stop it. I will give you that, at the very least. As I have no intention in aiding in... well... I respect what resolve you clearly showing. No need for me to trample it. Don't
So
worry.
while she's talking to just thin air to the rest of you, there's going to be a slight. Her eyes go back to multicolor, but there's going to be silver marks going across her palms, around her forehead, almost, at least what you can see of it, because her fuck-ass bangs. The scale coming back before easing away as the conversation seems to be ending, so to speak. And once she finishes the conversation, her eyes go back to red.
I assume you were
I see
talking.
now the one you have managed to piss off seriously.
Oh.
And I can understand them.
Who did he speak to?
Not my place to disclose.
Also, who was that directed to at the beginning?
If you're curious, it's neither the two hands, if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm wondering who pissed them off. What you said at the very beginning.
My little friend recommend to go by another warden. Or a judge. Whatever.
So they... Was I right?
By a pure assumption here, me and them basically have this similar power of sorts. We both have something we wish to keep safe, and we would do anything to keep it safe regardless of what would happen. From what I see, they are very willing to go to extreme lengths to keep what they wish safe, which is most likely what you like to prod at.
Again, he was asking which one of us they're talking to.
I'm referring to all of you.
Oh, well, I guess so.
And it seems that as long as I don't allow you all to abuse my little thing for messing with their things, it seems me and them are at least gonna get along. They won't interfere with mine, and I won't interfere with theirs.
Suppose we can scratch the idea of talking in the blind zones then.
It very much depends about the what, as I'm unsure exactly which thing that they wish to keep.
You were talking one of the wardens of the Forgotten Court.
How my Voidling views it is basically, it's a stab wound. As long as you don't stab it too much, I suppose it can be semi-alright.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You can say it directly. You can say that directly to him.
And I'll tell you, Madame Mora, think of it for your example. Your wings. You don't brush them too often in one go, or else you risk pulling every feather out. You take it a little by little, give it a break, then go back.
I was fucking right. We've been too aggressive with it. There's no timeline. There's no driving push.
But I will agree that, yeah, it's a little aggressive.
Though, I believe we both are on the same mind that at least the two hands are probably not pleased about this.
They... Oh. The man you saw, he has his people to protect. The way that they could view it is, you're outsiders they've never met, coming in, making a mess. You could hurt them. You could kill them. Then what is his purpose then? What will happen when his loved ones go? Especially the ones he's grown attached to. Normally, I'm even limited in what I can say. But it's nice to have a little freedom, so to speak.
True. I noticed you were speaking awfully a lot more than usual.
It's a good thing.
It certainly
Very
is.
good thing. It's going to make things very, very interesting.
The judge should remain impartial and remove their own biases from the situation. I do hope they remember that.
During the case, yes. But you can't even say during a process before you get to the case part, you would not be impartial to the loved ones you are protecting. If they could kill them before it even gets to trial, would you not?
I would. In a heartbeat.
Then you have your answer. If they die before trial, then your purpose is null and void. And they're left with the pain of all of your mistakes, so to speak.
We are trying to do this without mistakes. It hasn't exactly been the easiest.
Actually, I have a slight idea. Maybe we should have them explain themselves a little bit.
The man in the wall. Or
yes.
Huh?
Maybe we can come to a accord.
Depends if they even want to come and talk to them right now.
We may potentially have the opportunity to talk with one of the wardens. I'd recommend standing up.
Yeah.
Considering they have been causing you so much harm and issue, why not come out and explain your side a little bit? If you wish. So you're a little bit occupied.
No matter.
I suppose whenever you feel the time is right, give me some kind of sign. And the proper hearing can. Unfortunately, he is a little bit preoccupied, though a meeting in the future might be in order.
If it's available. Is there a name
How do we?
other than Warden? There are two.
By the looks of things, they're not trying to talk to me too much, just not to give away a location.
I've had enough today. Is there anything else we want to talk about?
I don't think so.
So what do you say, Aaron? Did you wish to test your charm?
Oh.
Or should we trust if moving moves our little bubble?
I thought you already said not to do that, but if you were offering. I want to see this.
Actually, before we do that, let me just do a little thing. Just gonna gently squeeze it, not too hard. Very well. Seems your charm is very honest.
So far, that's what I've gotten from it. It answers questions as well as it can. There's just many it won't tell me the answer to.
Sorry, I was putting over and over back on. So, similar to what happened with Winter, the room is going to go monochrome. But instead of one side dark, one side bright, it's just relatively equal. One a bit more grayed and one a bit more white, but it's not too relatively different. And down the middle...
Careful!
In the middle, God
They
died.
fucking got her.
Apparently.
I almost broke my middle fingernail.
Oh.
I can't flip people off with pretty nails. Anyways, that hurts a bit. I'm good.
Take a few minutes if you need to.
I'm just curling up that hand right now. So to the right of the room will be the silhouettes of Irin. At least one similar. White hair, long wings, just walking through routine. Some having short, some having long, some having more wings, some having lesser. And like Winter, marks. On some of them it doesn't kill them. Just stays relatively the same. Marking them but not killing them. And it just keeps going through it. Some feminine, some masculine, more often not masculine. And some of them holding on to swords, others holding on to bows, some just wielding mana throughout their fingertips. Just rotating the course. And then it gets to one of the last. It seems the passing gets slower and slower as the steps get slower. Some of them looking to the side as if to stray the path. But redirected by purpose. Continuing forward, walking the same path again. Like they were raised to. Like they were told to. And then there will be one large male figure with multiple wings across their body, multiple head wings, their hands dyed in gold, all the way up to their forearms as their fingertips, their body, their face has marks. Aaron, can you put your founder's marks for me? almost in mirrored reflection, similar to whenever, if you could really quick just turn your head wings off so they could see what it would look like on their face. Thank you. As this male figure would have these marks cascaded on their body, their face flurried with lights, as they hold onto a small dagger. One you remember very, very well.
What?
Holding onto it tight, dripping with gold as bright yellow marks their body. And then crimson threading wrapping around their frame, cutting them down. And then after them will be a bright white female figure flipping through their pages, going through a book, looking to the side as if speaking to somebody not fully there, smiling and mouthing the word blight. Then crimson wraps around their eyes, their throat, their wrists, and cuts them down. As the one after that, the final one would be a large white silhouette figure. Not quite a scholar, not quite a... I'm not gonna make that joke. Not quite a scholar, not quite a medic either, not a fully. Seems more like a traveling aid of sorts. And they would hold onto a small staff as they are radiating with light. As long white hair goes all the way down to the floor, walking, turning to talk to somebody as if the mirrored reflection of the scientist from Winter's visions, communicating, and then slowly growing tired, sad, then angry, then blackened threads wrap around them and cuts them down. On Aura's side, it seems relatively the same from the last. Cut down, very rare, more often than not left alone. Just marked for a hunt, but not quite targeted. However, unlike the last, there would be one figure that stands out. It seems to be almost a mirror reflection of current Aura. But they had more of their Tenku marks, just naturally. Talons for fingers, kind of like reddened marks around her face. Her sclera filled with black. And her hat having adornments that had tassels swaying side to side while they walked. And they would hold on to an orb of not quite black mana, like dark. It's kind of like a desaturated, darkened wind, twirling it into threading, whirling it between their fingertips, and then letting it cascade past their fingers all the way down to their legs, as it just whirlwinds back up. Not killed, at least not hunted, but they would just go to their knees and fall forward. Not quite hunted, not quite killed, but as if passing something on. And by the time it gets to that, it seems that your hand will start trembling and shaking, trying to keep the connection stable. But the longer it goes, the more unstable it gets, and the more that everything seems to just distort, like more traits are being lost.
Aaron, how much longer?
We can end it.
Let's end it. Hmm? Huh. Interesting. A white prism on your wrist.
What?
Yeah, some kind of white prism at your wrist.
That's given me a lot to think about for tonight. Dagger. You willed?
When you look at the ceiling, Todd, you'll get a feeling as if they're paying attention to you. They feel you there, but they just can't see you. Like they're waiting to protect you from something wrong.
Same figure you summoned.
Like trying to protect you or to bless you and keep you safe. But when you blink, they're gone. That feeling just fades.
Repeat what you said, Winter?
The last figure on your side, the one cut down by Doc, it's the same figure you summoned.
Which means yours is the scientist.
What the fuck are they?
From what we just saw, they were mortal.
Apparently not that anymore.
And they're...
It's the same that the claw hut has, isn't it?
Oh, dear.
It is. Yes. I thought it was just theirs. But
There's more to it.
he was practically dripping.
Yeah, it was. And have you guys heard of that? What they were mumbling? Blight?
That could be... Didn't Niue say something about that? Not too long
I
ago.
don't remember.
No.
I think I won.
No,
I
it was a
think I won.
lie. No, it was just the one that commented on it.
Blight?
I remember hearing that word.
I mean, we still know there's a star of disease and plague. Unless this is the infection blight.
That's what I'm thinking as well.
I hope whatever you might have gained is useful, whatever you might be one thing to look into.
Think it will.
Hopefully. I think we're done for the night.
I'm curious.
Who was that? Who was the figure with the dagger?
Obviously, there's a lot I'm going to obscure, but what should we put in the shared information about what the grayscale was? Because
I'm unsure, but I
do we have
not
to put
wish.
anything?
The only reason why I say that is because it hit the whole school. The first time, I'm not sure about the second time. So
I say for now we don't explain unless we're asked to. Besides, we don't even know all the details anyway. So, what's the point of explaining a half-understood story in lies?
I suppose.
I was asked to not spread
Let's make
anything.
something up.
I plan to keep to that.
Make something up that makes sense, that it's not malicious.
Okay.
That's a good idea, apparently. Okay, I can do that.
People know that it's to do with the stars, so I can just tell a white lie.
They seem to buy it anyway, so. Now what I'm mostly curious about. What's this room gonna be like?
Yeah. Let me see.
Letting you know, Lexa, real quick. The moment she steps out of that the room before you leave, golden threads start seeping into the room. And when you step out there, if you're in the same room as Aura during for the next like 5 to 10 minutes, it's censored.
So it's following Aura.
I heard.
Yes.
Yeah, I actually have a small chance to talk with you.
Been a long day, but yes.
It'll be quick, I promise.
What is the particular topic?
Warning, you're all about to be teleported.
Us coming back here once we teleport.
Oh my gosh.
I see.
Hold on.
Teleport onto Chibi. Go Chibi to the ritual room. You're fine.
Earlier, when I was talking about not saying a certain phrase at the book.
Calling for your own domain, yes.
And I kind of froze up when Winter asked.
Why?
If I know any other cases.
You tried it, didn't you?
I did. And I got a response back.
What? Which domain?
You could call it my own.
Do you know what aspect?
No, but what I saw was something interesting and disturbing at the same time.
What was it that you saw?
A portion of Interia formed around me with two golden bridges side to side. A body in front of me and the smell of blood and iron filled the air. And I probably should be telling you this part. I heard all three sisters of Interia.
What?
Then eyes opened up across all the walls, multiple, and then I was shoved out.
What even aspect could that be? I've never heard of any star's domain that has a portion of a country and is specific to rulers.
I'm not too sure.
And that it has some sort of guard or something to remove you. I suppose my question becomes, I have no ideas about what that could be, but why banning it outright? What's your fear?
My fear is that it's our domains, or people who do have domains, are not supposed to be entering. I'm just. I've been working on multiple theories.
I have a couple. Based on what you just said, it sounds almost like building a new domain. But that would need some aspect. It would need a concept to sustain itself in order to grow. But another thought is that it's an old domain, and you carry a piece of it, and that's what it's tying on to, which also may be
Either that or I'm supposed to take over the domain, or if it's old, or if it's a new one.
what, like the next blessed?
Could be. Technically, I'm already blessed. Well,
I mean, blessed are. Same with truth or menagerie.
that could be it. But at the same time, why am I seeing all three Antarian rulers?
Why would it be specific to Interia if it's meant to be a general concept?
On top of that, my suspicions on the person who was dead on the ground. Might be the old Antarian leader.
Flynnis, right?
Flynnis.
Which I don't even begin to understand what concept could that domain be conveying. As far as I can tell, the concept is just ice. It's the relation to all of the rulers.
That could be it. You did say that my ice mana veins were weird when I had you back up.
Yes, they've always looked a little odd, but now that I've peered into them more when you asked, they look... It's like ice, but not. It's hard because it's my own interpretation of just the colors and feelings that I get. I guess, how are you dealing with this?
It's been on my mind ever since. It's disturbing. Because there's also other annotations on thought. One is what happens if I'm missing another memory, and the reason Lenif is dead is me. Or the fact that somehow I'm supposed to become the next Antarian ruler. Or if the domain is just a domain of ice or another concept. And who opened up their eyes and pushed me out at them?
Who noticed? Did you get a good idea of the eyes?
No. I couldn't even make color. The only thing I know is that Destiny knows I've entered that domain. So, the
When it
reason I'm
comes to
telling you
stuff like this, I don't even know what to predict.
The reason I'm also telling you this is because I'm also curious if we call upon a domain of your own, if something similar won't happen.
I'd never thought about it. I don't know. I shouldn't have a domain.
Neither should I, but it's there.
Maybe. Because you probably already knew this somehow, but I am the Shard of Zula.
I kind of have a feeling.
Oh. I don't know what'll happen.
I also expect the same thing from Winter. To be honest, I think me, you, and him both have domains. Or all three of us have domains. If my ruler theory is correct.
Winter and I have encountered something called the First Dark and the First Light. That's at least what we suspect that you were trying to summon when you summoned the depths, and when I summoned the light. They're the first. They're not rulers and they're not stars, but they have... Nothing wants to claim them. Everything calls them entities. But they have domains, so why couldn't there be the first cold? The first ice.
Could also be a possibility.
And that's why you'd see the other rulers. And that would also support the idea that every single element has a first. That's it. And did you not repeat what I told you?
I suppose I want to inform them that you have the infection.
Now that I know, trying to look back at my entire life to find out what was me and what was them. How much of every decision I've ever made was me.
I don't know if you consider it a good thing or a bad thing. So I will still apologize for leading you down this path.
I don't regret where I am, what I know now. I had stayed in ignorance. There would be so many that would suffer. I would have never gotten the chance to try and make things better. Not under all of their thumbs.
That is.
If it's something you'd want me to try, I don't mind trying it. Summoning my domain.
If we try it, it's just going to be me and you.
I'm fine with that.
Eli was there for mine, so he knows about mine, but he's not going to say a word. So, if either one of our areas are granted, we have a lot of hard plates now, more than ever.
Yes. But in comparison to everything else, I think it can wait. We only have a little bit of time before we have to go save Yanshi. As much as this eats at me, it's not worth all of the innocence in there.
You're correct about that. So, in the end, once we're done with the cult in every single country, where is it going to leave me and you?
If all of the cult is dealt with, and assuming I've been able to free my family, and Serenity is free to try and improve and build a new future, I'll be content with whatever happens. As long as they all get the chance they need.
If my ruler Terry is correct, I wish to work with you to make everything better.
I'm no ruler, but I will work with you.
For now, let's rest on it. Best term, even though we don't really sleep.
It's been a long enough day. Right now, we need to refocus on to the here and now. In a week, we have a hunt. We need to keep the New Year's from dying.
I think I've selected three very good leaders.
Also, to inform you, I made a change to the team I'm building. Lou pointed out some very valid concerns about how I intended to use him as a Centurion. His abilities didn't work like how I thought they did. I've replaced him with Rain.
That's fine.
We lose some defensive, but with his both cavalry knowledge, offensive skills, and regeneration, he solves basically 3 problems in one. And he'll be my second should I fall.
I'll probably leave at the end of the week to at least make the camp for you guys.
That works. For now,
that's
I
correct.
think it's time to rest.
You want to go ahead and respawn from here?
Oh, thank you.
I out of character hate charms. Roland hates charms in character because of that. Why does he hate charms?
I
have my memories.
5 seconds.
I only have a decade.
Because I saw you guys had respawned. The overall gist, if Irenaeus was to walk out, I was just saying at some point this week, wish to talk whenever the fuck he's able to.
He'd give you the most exhausted look. But agree. He'd literally look like he has, like his throat would be dry. He hasn't had any water in like 6 hours.
Should probably offer him like, do you want some water? I have some on me.
Just figure out what Valen is and what he can do. You're fine.
Oh.
But no, she was in the area, and Wint was like, you know, I
Thanks for watching. I'm gonna end stream. I'm so tired.
Irenaeus at some point this week. Sure. And so I was running out. I saw you. I went.
I see. Yeah, roll and turn around like I can't